Our family has ruled this land for generations while protecting the desert emerald. A massive calamity was approaching, which threatened the peace and prosperity of our kingdom. I desperately tried to gain power for my people. It was on that night I saw a beam of light. I thought to myself that this was our chance.
Actually, it was my chance, and I made sure to grab hold of it. Our pharaoh had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a message: I will bring back hope. The whole kingdom was met with despair. Hope? Hope can be achieved only by our own hands. It was me. I took our people out of this disaster and restored our kingdom's wealth. I am the rightful ruler of this land. The best pharaoh is a dead pharaoh. He should just quietly be revered from the shrine. Return? I will not sit idly by. I won't have it. I won't let anyone take what I've earned away from me. I'll oppose them with all my might, no matter who it is.
एमो खत्म हो गया। अब दिखाते हैं धमाकेदार एंट्री। सॉरी।
मुझे चारों तरफ से घेरा हुआ है। But you know what? I got this.
ऐसे भी क्या जल्दी है? अभी तो गेम शुरू हुई। यस! क्या बात है?
शुरू तुमने किया था, खत्म मैं करूंगा।
एक जज्बा, एक टीम, सबकी जीत। ढूंढे अपने अंदर छुपे हीरो को। गली स्क्वाड के साथ बी द हीरो।
मारखौर कौम पर गैर मुल्की यलगार की पेशन गोई हो गई, इसलिए छोटा मारखौर अपने बचपन से ही बहुत मेहनत से तरबियत करता है। ताहम वो तंज और दंज का शिकार है। जब तक कि आफत पेशन गोई के मुताबिक ना आ जाए, वो एक नौजवान लीडर बनता है और लड़ने की हर मुमकिन कोशिश करता है। आखिरकार वो दुश्मनों को शिकस्त देता है और जीत जाता है।
यहाँ #1 रहना एक जरूरत है। ये जंग जीतना हर एक टीम का सपना है और इस सपने को पाने के लिए ये अपना सब कुछ दांव पर लगाने को तैयार है। Pakistan is ready for the ultimate action.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is the Pakistan region where indeed for this entire saga, the fall split, we're reaching in 2022 day number 2. Of course, this is all thanks to Oppo. I'm going to be your host, caster, analyst, spotter, and joined along is going to be none other than Shadow to get our day started. So Shadow, we've been introduced to these teams now. What's your expectation from day 2 onwards?
Well, more aggression, more dominance, especially from the teams like Team Grounders who dominate Miramar, because today we are having not just 1-3 Miramar, so it's an opportunity for teams who like to play in Miramar and for the sniper actions also, sniper lovers also. This is the opportunity to showcase your AWM skills.
Absolutely. Along with that, of course, let's get introduced to the new format that has been introduced from this time onwards, of course. So let's have a look at this sneak peek intro to what this new format explainer is going to be about.
हम एक बार फिर से वापस आ चुके हैं एक और PUBG मोबाइल के सीजन के साथ, जहां पाकिस्तान की टॉप टीम्स अपने रीजन की बेहतरीन टीम्स बनने की कोशिश में मेहनत करेंगी। तमाम जोश और ड्रामा जो कि स्प्रिंग सीजन से चलता आ रहा है, हम तैयार हैं सारे जोश और जज्बे और एक्शन को नए फॉर्मेट में देखने के लिए। PMPL पाकिस्तान फॉल स्प्लिट 2022 की लीग स्टेज को 3 हफ्तों में तकसीम किया गया है। हर हफ्ता 5 मैच के दिनों पर मुश्तमिल होगा और हर रोज 5 मैचेस खेले जाएंगे। टीम को ग्रुप में शफल किया जाएगा और हर टीम एक दिन में 4 मैचेस खेलेगी। हफ्ते के इख्तिताम पर टॉप की 12 टीमें एक इजाफी मैच लिविक मैप पर खेलेंगी। हर हफ्ता नया शुरू होगा और पिछले हफ्ते के आदात शामिल नहीं किए जाएंगे। लीग स्टेज के दौरान टीम्स को बोनस पॉइंट्स हासिल करने का मौका मिलेगा। यहाँ 4 मौके बोनस पॉइंट्स हासिल करने के होंगे, 3 बार हर हफ्ते की दर्जाबंदी के हिसाब से और 1 बार मजमूई दर्जाबंदी के हिसाब से। 3 हफ्तों के इख्तिताम पर टॉप की 16 टीमें अपने कुल बोनस पॉइंट्स की बुनियाद पर फाइनल्स में चली जाएंगी। वो टीम्स अपने फाइनल्स की शुरुआत अपने बोनस पॉइंट से ही शुरू करेंगी जो उन्होंने पूरे लीग स्टेज में हासिल किए थे। इसका मतलब जो टीम लीग स्टेज में अच्छा करेगी उसको फाइनल्स में मायने खेज फायदा होगा। फाइनल का खेल 3 दिन पर मुश्तमिल होगा, जहां हर रोज 6 मैचेस खेले जाएंगे। तीसरे दिन के इख्तिताम पर जिस टीम के सबसे ज्यादा पॉइंट्स होंगे वो PMPL पाकिस्तान की चैंपियन कहलाएगी। इसी के साथ टॉप 6 टीमें PMPL साउथ एशिया चैंपियनशिप के लिए क्वालिफाई करेंगी। अब किस तरह टीम्स नए फॉर्मेट से वाकिफ होंगी, जानने के लिए हमारे साथ बने रहिए।
Well, there we have it, of course, Shadow, as well as the viewers, as we were talking about this new introduction to the entire saga. Well, it is going to continue along, and it is going to be a big difference, actually, that is going to be represented right here from these teams. But along with that, of course, Shadow, what do you think about this new change?
Very interesting, especially the addition of a new map, Revic, and opportunity for the teams, top 12 teams to earn extra points for themselves, motivates the team also to be in the top, maintain the consistency through all the league stage, because it's not just about qualifying, you're getting bonus points as well, you're getting an extra map also that always is going to help you in the overall standings.
True, very true indeed, of course. And yesterday we got introduced to all these teams wherein, of course, it started off very aggressively. As he moved on to the Sanhok map, things kind of toned down a little. But of course, at the end, once again, the domination and aggression picked up. Along with that, of course, as we talk about the overall setup itself, we are going to be looking at how we are looking at the schedule now. Right now, we are on day number 2. That means this is the 31st of August, day number 2. In all, week 1 is going to be comprised of 5 days, where indeed we will be taking 1 day break on 1st of September, after which from 2nd onwards the games will start again. Now that'll be our day 3, 4 and 5. Now 5th day, as Shadow was just mentioning, is going to be critical because that day we will have one extra game, a 6th game that will be played on Livic. And of course the bonus points are going to be accumulated from there. Along with that, of course, let's move on to the prize pool altogether itself, Shadow.
Well, the prize pool is certainly very big. It's 1 lakh US dollars. We have some special prizes also. Tournament MVP is going to get 1,000 US dollars. League stage, each team is going to get 2,500 US dollars. But the first place team is going to get 10,000 US dollars. Second will get 6,500 US dollars. Third will get 4,500 US dollars. In fact, every single team, even for the attendance, is going to get something at the very least 1,000 US dollars.
Absolutely. Along with that, let's have a look at the points themselves, as the points become very, very critical for these teams to participate and, of course, get themselves all the way into the SA Championship, where, of course, only 6 teams will move on forth. But talking about the finals itself, the grand finals, well, the elimination point becomes a very big, important thing to talk about, because, after all, every elimination that the team is able to get, the player is able to get, will be added on to 1 point. Along with that, of course, you walk away with that chicken dinner. 15 points are guaranteed to be yours. But yesterday we saw that teams walking away with the chicken dinner were still slagging behind, because the other teams were able to get so many elimination points for themselves.
Well, certainly, especially BABLU, they got second position and 13 total defeat points for themselves, elimination points. But I8 proved us wrong. With the chicken dinner, they got 18 finish points as well. But talking about bonus points, in weekly, bonus is also there. Points are going to be awarded each week for weekly ranking. League bonus are also there. So many bonus points in league bonus. Also, points are going to be awarded for the overall league stage ranking.
Absolutely. And as we look at these weekly bonus points, as you were mentioning, it is going to be very important for these teams, the top 12 teams, to participate on that 5th day, 6th game Livik map, where, of course, only 12 teams will move in, and those points that they are able to accumulate from those Livik maps are going to be crucial and critical, because that'll give them that boost, that initial boost that will help them in the grand finals. So I'm sure all the teams for now are just rooting forward towards that thing. And now another thing on day number 2, of course, as we were mentioning, or rather talking about Shadow in the green room, is that this day we are looking at 3 Miramars, and that is going to be a big, big difference. But along with that, let's get introduced to our teams, which are divided in 5 individual groups. Shadow.
Well, certainly 5 groups are going to be there. In Group A, we have 52 Esports, Team BABLU, Team Magnus, and 3X Esports. In Group B, we have Team TUF, Team Quoti, Team Star, Team TmwEsports. In Group C, we have I8 Esports, Quantum Rage, Faulty Devils, and Quraysh Esports. Group D, we have Team Grounders, Metershot Sky, R3D Esports, Triple Esports, and Group E is also none less than any other group. We have Team Regicide, Team Freestyle, North Esports, and Team H2E.
Absolutely. And again, the group distribution will be the same as was yesterday, viewers. We are going to be looking at 5 games that will be played right off the bat. In the first match itself, we are going to be looking at Group A, B, C, and D. Along with that, let's move on and head over to the storyboard, which is going to be the overall ranking based on the matches that were played yesterday from all these 20 teams, all of which participated in 4 individual games for themselves. Sitting right up on top is going to be I8 Esports, as Shadow did mention earlier as well. The 5th game that was played yesterday, I8 accumulated a chicken dinner along with 18 elimination points. Just incredible jump that they were able to get for themselves as we move ahead towards page number 2.
Well, certainly on page number 2, we have teams that were not able to perform, starting with TmW having only 8 points. We have Team QE only 10 points to their name. In fact, Team Star also failed to show up. R3D, H2E, Metershot Sky, and 52 Esports are 2 of the names that I'm surprised to see on the second page, because we expected certainly a better performance from these teams, but maybe in day number 2 they will be looking for redemption and improved performance in their gameplay, and maybe they can make it to the top 5 or top 10.
Definitely. I am rooting for so many of these teams sitting on that second page, because after all, these teams have only played 4 games. Maybe, I mean, this is a conversation that we touched upon yesterday as well, Shadow, that yesterday we saw some of these teams lagging because maybe perhaps they were just testing the waters. We have Quraysh sitting all the way down at 19th. If in fact, just to start the day off itself, they started off with 3 team members in a game. Not once, not twice, but I remember, yeah, at least twice they moved in with the 3-player. So, of course, they are hopefully going to be able to join into the match with all 4 players and get that boosted position today from the first game onwards itself. But with that, let's have a look at the head-to-head for the teams that have been performing and overperforming, because of course high expectations were there, and that is what they delivered for ourselves as well as the fans. Talking about i8 Esports as well as Team TUF. Now, i8 Esports, a team that has been so very consistent, have of course gone through a little bit of a change, but overall the performance has definitely picked up the pace by the end of yesterday.
Well, certainly they got a chicken dinner and a double digit, close to 20 finish points of elimination points for themselves. In fact, i8 Esports is a team that have been dealing with a lot of damage as compared to the players of Team TUF, and their average survival is also quite more than the players of TUF. That means they have more position points also, but TUF was also not less than anyone, because they were more consistent as compared to i8 Esports. It was in the end game. I won't say they were more consistent. Both these teams had a similar performance. It was last game that was the deciding factor, that which team is going to be on the top first position of the leaderboard.
Absolutely. Again, I mean, right here also we do see on the Miramar map where i8 were so very looking incredible in terms of getting that perfect chicken dinner for themselves, but were just not allowed from the grounder side. As far as the side of TUF is concerned, well, TUF, the only perfect thing that was happening for them is going to be the fact that they were able to just get the read on the lobby and convert that into a chicken dinner, and that is how we are able to look at TUF with a better performance perhaps. But overall, of course, as you mentioned, nothing separating both of these teams, but today it is going to be that much more critical because they are so very close in terms of those points as well. So a rivalry, a fight is what we're expecting between these two today.
Well, certainly. TUF in the last game, they became the first team to get an elimination. That way they got 0 points. On the other side,
Exactly.
i8 got a chicken dinner. That's where the things kind of changed for in the scoreboard, I'll say, in the leaderboard. Otherwise, these teams were having neck-to-neck competition. I'm very sure this is going to continue on day number 2 also. But I'm looking for the third team that is going to give a tough competition to both these teams.
Well, again, there can definitely be a few names that come up on top, but just talking about yesterday's performance, well, BABLU, I'm thinking, if I am correct or not, BABLU is that one team that are definitely, I mean, yeah, it is hats off to the way this team has been able to accumulate amazing points and the aggression being so very much on point. That is after the roster change, but along with that, let's have a look at the head-to-head right now itself, as we do have 420 boys, Quraysh 420 boy going up against BABLU's PAN. Now, stark difference can be seen in terms of how the eliminations were able to be converted in favor of PAN, and that to the average survival of less than, I mean, 2 minutes less than, of course, 420 boys. That itself is a huge leap for PAN from BABLU, I'd say.
I think the reason for less survival time for the player of Team BABLU, specifically for PAN, is Team BABLU is one of the team that is more on the aggressive stance. They never go for the position points, they go for the finish and the elimination points. They were picking up multiple fights, and that's where the early eliminations were also coming in, but good number of elimination points were also coming in for them. So I think that is where there is a difference in the average survival, but the finish points are the points that is going to give you more advantage. Elimination points are going to give you more advantage, and that is right in the pockets of Team BABLU.
Absolutely, it's just clearly indicative, right? I mean, even with less time, you're able to get more damage done in the lobby. Definitely, you're overpowering your opponent that's sitting right in front of you. But along with that, another point to bring up between these two players is going to be the pressure point, right? 420 boy coming in for Quraysh, PAN coming in for BABLU. Very big shoes that they're trying to fill up. And of course, the fans are also expecting and anticipating that the name remains the same. If anything else gets better. And that is what they have delivered on day number 1. Let's just keep our fingers crossed that they're able to keep doing that and repeating that same sort of a perfect performance today, as well as we move towards the schedule itself. Like we were talking about it earlier, we are looking at 3 Miramars today. Starting the day off will be Miramar, and then move on to Sanhok, and then back to Miramar, Erangel, and Miramar, of course. But the only change after all of this is going to be the leaderboard, the storyboard. But nothing can be anticipated or expected or predicted as of now, because all the teams, they're looking very, very good.
Well, they certainly are looking very good, especially Quraysh also can be the team that can give competition to i8 and Team TUF, because they are sitting right at the 3rd position. Just now I saw the stats. They were also very consistent, although they didn't get a chicken dinner for themselves. In fact, Team Freestyle also is in the top 5 with no chicken dinner at all. Yes, no chicken dinner at all. So they can be the contender for the top position, or maybe top 2 position.
Well, of course, that can be the case. That definitely can be the case. But along with that, of course, let's move on to the question that the analyst desk cast us which team do you anticipate or predict can walk away with this game's Miramar's game's chicken dinner? Shadow, what answer would you say? Which team do you anticipate or predict can walk away with this game's Miramar's game's chicken? 8. The way they performed yesterday.
I think Grounders, I will say.
Grounders is going to be your pick. All right, I'm going to go with the likes of I8. The way they performed yesterday to close the day off, I want to be able to see them pick up that sort of a bandwagon once again to start the day number 2 as well. So I'm going to pick up I8 and just keep my fingers crossed that the performance they delivered yesterday, they just bring that momentum and start bringing in a lot many points and create a massive lead. But at the same time, we know the competition is already started. The rivalry, in fact, has already started between them, TUF, Quarry, all these teams sitting up on the top 5 positions. So we'll find out. We'll definitely find out what the entire result is going to be. But it is definitely going to be a close battle. Now, apart from these teams, let's move on to the conversation that we touched upon just a little bit while the overall standings were there. The second page, right? We've got some big names over there. Metershot Sky sitting over there. H2E, Quraysh. There are so many big names that are sitting over there. What is your anticipation from their side on this day number 2?
Well, talking about Metershot Sky, very first day also, I had very high expectations from them because of the performance they delivered in spring, and 52 Esports, they were on the top of the leaderboard. Right now, they are sitting on the 14th and 15th position respectively. This is not something we expected. On the other side, 52 Esports was still able to perform in the second game. I'll say in Miramar, they had a decent performance for themselves. But Metershot Sky and H2E, my concerns are for them. What's happening wrong with them? I'm not able to grab it all. Maybe on day number 2, I'll be able to pick up what is happening wrong with this team. Maybe wrong rotation or picking up unnecessary fights.
Definitely. I mean, for Metershot Sky, there's so many things that can be pointed out, right? But again, it's just too early to start bringing up the run rate and start bringing up that this could have gone wrong, this could have gone right, because it's just one day that they've played, just 4 games that they've played. So overall, when it comes to the entire bucket of things to talk about, I think I'm just going to keep it to myself and keep my fingers crossed, like I said, because yeah, definitely do anticipate a lot more from these teams. So we'll find out. Of course, the players are on the map itself. They are preparing to get on the plane. They're boarding the plane right now, viewers. Just get ready. And of course, do not forget to let us know as to what team do you think is going to be walking away with this first game's chicken dinner on the map of Miramar. Now, of course, there's going to be quite a lot of anticipations from you guys. So do not forget to let us know in the chat. Of course, the teams are also reading the chat, so they will also feel that much more happy once they see their names. But right now, again, moving away from all of this towards the teams that were underperforming, well, yes, quite a lot of them definitely did. But today being a day number 2, today being a new start, I do want to be able to see a lot of changes in terms of how they're going to be approaching, in terms of how they are planning. Because let's talk about BABLU, the way they were making those rotations, right? They've completely changed their pace. They've gone back to a very different playing field. But along with that, the game is live. So let's move on ahead and find out where these teams are going to be jumping on the map of Miramar, and if it is going to be anything close to what we saw yesterday. Is BABLU going to stick to the same strategy of sticking to the edges, or are they showcasing a completely different 180-degree turnaround in terms of their gameplay and strategy?
There is certainly a change in the gameplay. Maybe the reason could be because they were not able to perform up to the expectations of the fans and everyone in the spring season, that go back to the drawing board, go for the passive gameplay. But Team BABLU is one of those teams that is not made for it. They are not made for the passive gameplays. The late rotations or something is not working for them. This is a team that is known for the aggression and aggressive game style, because even in the passive approach, even if they are going for the late rotation, they are going for the finish points, elimination points again and again. But right now, Team BABLU in Miramar, well, let's see if they can prove us right again that Team BABLU owns Miramar, or it is the Grounders who are going to take it out.
Well, again, we do have so many big names to talk about when it comes to the map of Miramar. Of course, I8 performed fabulously well. We've got the likes of course, from the earlier spring season, we can definitely bring up a few names where indeed I did see Quraysh bring up brilliant performances for themselves. Metershot Sky wasn't that far out as well this time around, but it seems like the circle has spoken, the zone has spoken, which is going to be sticking itself towards the northern side. Now, I was looking at how BABLU yesterday on the map of Miramar had moved on down towards south, towards the prison island. But this time around, even though the flight path kind of anticipated and was allowing them to do so, they wanted to drop in early so that they can get their loot set up much earlier rather than waiting all the way for the flight path to reach down south, where indeed we do see the likes of 52 Esports with all of their players. But once they start making that rotation, yesterday they made that rotation from the Porto Coracio side, which is towards the eastern flank of the southern side of the map itself. So we'll see if they are going to be changing that today or not. But starting the day, of course, we are going to be looking at Team Star. God Fury with that Winchester right now, but a little bit of damage. Not entirely sure if it was a fall damage that was anticipated on him, or was there another team? I do see Triple Esports right around in the vicinity. Could they have landed some shots? Well, again, it's not too far away to anticipate that, because this, after all, is the Pakistan region, which is known for its dominance and aggression.
Well, certainly they are known for their aggression and dominance. And talking about Team Grounders, right now they are in the house of the boss. He's in the area, and in the close vicinity, I can see a few of the players of Team Star are also lurking, especially Miracle. Miracle, this is not the position he's supposed to be in, because look at Team Grounders. They are working as a pack of wolves, and if they know there is a single player out there in the open area, they are going to hunt for him. One defeat point, they will definitely go for it. But I think Miracle's lucky stars are favoring him, because the Team Grounders have no idea where exactly Miracle is. They were going for the vehicles, and that means Miracle is going to survive for now, but he needs to regroup with his teammates ASAP.
Absolutely, but moving back towards the likes of course, Triple Esports. Now, they did showcase a comeback yesterday. They started the day off very slow, were not able to get points for themselves, but towards the third game onwards, they started racking up those numbers and confirmed and converted that into points for themselves. So that was a good turn of events for the side of this team. But of course, they've still got a big ladder to climb, as right now we can clearly see on the map of Miramar. Now, this is again very important thing to talk about. You do not want to be cluttered up in just one vehicle. You want to be spread out. At least 2 to 4 vehicles would be absolutely pristine or perfect, but 3 is the ideal number, in fact, I would say, so that one of you is definitely available if at all there's a crossfire to return fire as you're making that rotation. But overall, definitely that's what we do see these teams preparing for, because this is the battleground on the PUBG Mobile game, and it is going to be all-out war in just a few minutes. This is just the first 4 minutes of the game itself, where we have seen these teams slowly making those rotations, but as of now, none of them have been caught off guard. They all know what to anticipate towards their zones, but towards the northern side, it seems like the team that we were looking at, Triple Esports, has gotten in towards that rotation close and close towards the position of BABLU for now.
Well, certainly Team BABLU, they have dropped somewhere in La Cobreria. It is one of the, I think, best position to be in these kind of circles. But right now, in the close proximity, are the players of Triple Esports, and Triple Esports, especially Psycho, has been taking a lot of damage. And Pan with that UMP45 is already closing in the distance. Let's see if they can take him down. But he needs to wait it out, because Psycho can, in a 1v1 situation, anything can happen. But Zibian is also closing in the distance. That means Pan is being provided the help. The cover fire is also being provided to Pan, but he's going to go on the aggressive stance. Can he take down Psycho? That's the main question. UMP45, I think he can do it.
Let's see if that'll be the case. For now, they are definitely in control. BABLU knows exactly where the opponents are. For the side of course, Psycho, he is caught out thin a little bit. He is definitely out of his element right now, because his teammates are not going to be able to provide that kind of cover that was needed. And right now, we do have Pan, the player that we were talking about earlier, who's got a big shoe to fill. He's definitely done so yesterday as well, and right now looking very comfortable with the AKM. He's going to be jumping up ahead to confirm that first elimination point, the first defeat point for his team. Moves back to the UMP, and now they're going to be on the hunt to find out if at all there's any other player around in the vicinity. Now, we do see Triple Esports' players up back on the mountain. They do have they had, in fact, the opportunity to give that sort of a cover, but definitely were not able to do so. Or maybe we can definitely say that the Psycho overextended and thus got in clutches of BABLU. But overall, well, that's what the game is. Battleground, you are not going to be able to anticipate every single compound that you jump into, and especially in the initial few moments of the game itself, you want to be just running across the compounds and getting that loot segregated for yourself. But now we'll have to see if BABLU, with all these auditory cues, are going to be following their opponent for now or not. As of now, only that first blood situation has been dealt with. The first defeat, the first elimination of the game has been confirmed from the side of BABLU. So definitely the fans of BABLU, all their prayers have been heard right here in this, of course, fall season of PMPL Pakistan 2022.
Well, certainly they got a very good start, but right now things are not going easy for them because it's not just one team that is in the close vicinity in their compound area. Triple Esports are also converging them from the southern direction. Team Grounders are also present in the close proximity. That means Team BABLU needs to be a bit careful. If the circle is in their favor, next circle is in their favor, they have to just relax and hold on to the compounds of La Cobreria. If the circle shifts away, they have to be careful with those rotations. Otherwise, maybe they might start losing the players also. But talking about the other teams that are going for a very late rotation, 52 Esports, this time they are still in the blue somewhere towards Los Higos, and that also means the rotation that they're actually taking the damage of the blue.
They definitely are for now, and well, again, we can anticipate their entry into the zone very, very late. That's for sure, as they have made their decision to go all the way down south from the prison island, from the western fronts itself. So the long extended highway is what they're going to be taking, where of course we do have towards the northern side BABLU waiting for them. Of course, from the area itself, they are going to have to deal with the TFD as they make that rotation. But we'll come back to that. Because 52 Esports, they've got a long drive ahead of them. This is the map of Miramar, so we know for a fact that it is the biggest map basically of the pool that we have of the maps available of PUBG Mobile right now. And right now, 3X Esports is Miracle on our screen. He's got the archery cues. Quoties 420 boy is also going to be around in the vicinity, and both of these players, in fact, are going to be just keeping it very, very quiet. They are taking it a snail's pace approach. Quoty Voltrux had his vehicle jump on towards the compound, thinking that they might be able to target that compound, but it seems like they've decided to fall back, and that fallback decision definitely for now seems to be working in their favor. But 420 boy, he needs to be careful because he was out towards the flank angle, but now if that flank angle does not favor him, he could go down, because Miracle, he is on the hunt. He's converted this into a perfect aggressive stance, but it seems like on from the back, this perfect cover fire for 420 boy is going to be helping him out, because gravity has helped and bring down Miracle's health and vest a lot of damage, and in doing so the DBS does all the damage. Just one shot and kaboom goes 420 down. Along with that, another shot, but sadly that is not going to bring down Khan, but Khan is out in the open, and all it takes is just a perfectly set up first hit, and that could bring down Khan in the first few minutes of this game as well. Again, a perfect effort it was from Miracle as he was able to bring down one of the players, but this has turned into an all-out chaotic war between these two teams, where indeed Miracle is still down low. 3X's players were a little far back, so to give that cover fire and to give him that revival is going to be very, very difficult, but we can clearly see that from that flank angle. Kratos is trying to jump in ahead. Khan is going to be waiting for him, but not for long, because it seems like 3X's Tyrant is also going to be hunted down. Miracle there's absolutely no way that he can be given a revival right here, because Quoty, they know exactly the conversation. And what a perfect nade coming in from Tyrant right there, as Khan's over-aggression has definitely damaged him, and as he falls back, 420 boy is going to have to get his revival completed, and in doing so, Miracle will be given that revival as well. So a 4v4 situation that can be anticipated once again between these two teams.
Well, Quoty and 3X, they both need to pick up their fallen comrades over there, but the team that can take advantage in this situation can be the players of Triple Esports if they decide to do a third party, because they are also lurking nearby. With 3X Esports, with the smokes and molotovs, are trying to push away the players of Team Quoty back on the opposite side of the ridge area. Tyrant with that UMP-45, can he pick one of the player? Gravity, although he had a height advantage, but he was overexposed, and Kratos with that M416 is going to put him down on his knees, and with that, Tyrant also goes down. Kudos to 420 boy, but Kratos is a man. He is ruling out in every situation. He's picking up multiple players, but not for very long, because he gets taken down. But Mary was there to save him and save his team. That a forced elimination is also gonna come in. Quoty Esports has been eliminated, but 3X Esports, a good start. Although they lost one of the player, but 4 defeat points for them. That means a good head start.
Definitely a wonderful start. Nobody could have anticipated Quoty losing out that thin, because it seemed like Quoty had everything in their hands, but of course 420 boys angle from that side, and then of course his teammate overextending was just their demise. But right now, as you perfectly mentioned, it is going to be Triple Esports who are going to try and bring in that third party approach. Well, now it's going to be two teams fighting against each other, because that third party has already been eliminated from the 3X's side, but now 3X are going to be out on the run, because Triple Esports, they are on the hunt. Maddie's down low. Of course, the smoke wall is going to be able to help him out, but for how long? Because the damage from the nade itself can be a lot, and there we have it. Hunter is going to be bringing down Mary. There's no way Mary can survive this. Now 4 points converted. It seems like that's going to be the end of 3x Esports as well, because right now Tyrant is the only man who's going to be falling back. Kratos needs to get his health back up, and from the backlines we can see TFD also approaching with all that Audrey Q's. This is turning out into a chaotic hill for so many of these teams, because one by one, players definitely are going down, but it seems like teams themselves are getting eliminated. And now we've only got one final player. That's going to be Kratos from 3x, and not for long, just my second. And there we have it, a second vote from me, and this team of 3x Esports get eliminated. The second team to get eliminated with just those 4 points, 4 defeat points from their side. But now Esports, they need to be careful. They need to be ready, because from the backlines, TFD are on the run. They're on the hunt.
Well, they certainly are, and the circle is also in their favor. That means they can afford to stay in this position and pick up fight with the plus of triple esports. But fighting against those ridges and the terrain of Miramar, you never know from which angle your enemy is going to come in, which height advantage, which position he's going to hold on to. You have to check all the 4 corners, and you have to make sure you have all the 4 players, and that is exactly what was not happening. 3x was struggling. They were not in the best of the best position. They were on the low ground. Triple esports came to the height advantage, but 3x Esports, a good effort, at least good elimination points they are having in their hands. They are not going out with 0, but TFD, Faulty Devils, Leon OP from that far away angle picks off one of the player of triple esports, and now they are looking for the confirmation. This is the moment they know the players are going for the rescue revival. This is the moment when they can close in the distance, and that is exactly what Cairo is doing right now with this buggy, going for the confirmation as well. But Cairo, you need to be careful, because the rest of the 2 players have the safety of the compounds.
Oh, who would have thought this Hacienda San Martin hill, the hill in between, the mountain in between, is going to turn into demise for so many of these players and teams, as we do have the players of course, TFD on the hunt against the players of triple esports. But as we look on to the map itself, the map indicative of the fact that there are still teams on towards the eastern side. Look at R3D. They are still not in the zone. They are making a late rotation. We do have Metershot Sky from the same exact area as well, but Metershot Sky is divided in a 2-man split. Now 4-man army from the R3D side, Anubis all the way up front with Destroyer and Walker on the way back. They are going to be able to give that well, but not for long, because it seems like Metershot Sky were ready. Anubis, the man who I was thinking is going to be able to bring in a lot of damage as soon as he jumps in along with his vehicle, has not been able to do so. Rather, he himself has been grounded and fallen down to his knees. His team will be around in the back. His teammates are trying to give him that revival, but it's not going to be easy. There's the 3rd zone. The damage is also going to be chucking in a little by little. But Metershot, little do they know, R3D, little do these team and these players know that Metershot's players, they're only a 2-man army over there. If only they could have pushed on ahead, but it seems like it's just a little too late for Anubis. So a perfect approach from, of course, Ash right here from Metershot Sky is going to be providing him and his team with one very crucial point of that defeat that he was able to get. And sadly, the rotation that was being expected from the side of course, Anubis has been cut short, and he will be leaving the lobby for now.
Well, he'll be leaving the lobby, but Metershot Sky are very smart with their rotations. Also, instead of going vertically inside the circle, they are moving from the side of graveyard, which is quite unoccupied, empty area. That means they are in a safe position. But talking about the plus of Magnus Esports, they are lurking nearby to the plus of Quraysh Esports. That means any minute we can see these 2 teams going up against each other. But right now 52 esports from height advantage have spotted on few of the players. Let's see if they're going to pick up a fight, because they are on the bottom of the leaderboard. They need the position and the finish points as well. But Magnus Esports rolling, closing in the distance towards the players of R3D, picks up one, going for the confirmation with his teammate. Can he pick up the second one? Also faster, being very fast with that UMP45 is going to pick Walker, and Destroyer is going to go down with that headshot. That means R3D Esports not looking good at all. It's the last player that is surviving from the side.
Well, not looking good, definitely. But what an amazing performance right here from Faster and Roland. The conversation that was taking place, the synergistic approach that they had in terms of the fight was absolutely pristine. 2 sprays coming on from both the directions. There's absolutely no way that R3D's players were covered from that compound. And of course, that means that they are left with just a 1-man army. As you move towards a 2-man approach that is left from the side of Triple Esports, it's going to be Rex and Thug all by their lonesome. But as the zone has shifted towards the 4th we are going to be looking at, of course, TmwI8 looking very comfortable in the center, and same is going to be the case for the grounders as well.
Well, certainly, talking about faulty devils, also one of the player, Cairo, has been picked off by the players of Team BABLU. Now, this is a smart decision that is coming from the side of BABLU, not leaving the safety of the compounds, because they know any minute the zone is going to shift, and there are other players, the other teams are also present in the close proximity. 52 having little bit of the dips in the ridges to their advantage. Can they pick off the players of TUF or not? That's the main question. But TmwEsports is the guy who is going to pick up multiple players. He picks off one of the player of Triple Esports, gets a confirmation also on Rex. That means Triple Esports, only one man is surviving. That is going to be Thug.
Absolutely. Quite a chaotic mess this has turned out to be for Triple Esports, R3D as well. On the other front, this is turning into a bloodbath right here for certain of these teams. I mean, TFD, they are pretty much stuck. BABLU themselves are stuck because both these teams know exactly where they're at. Now, TFD, they made the decision to absolutely just move on ahead and try and get that aggressive streak that BABLU knows against them. And it seems like that is exactly what they're going to be doing. But will that be enough? Because the three-man approach from the side of TFD, do they know Zibian is going to be on top of their heads? And on the back rather, Dani tries to overcome and crossfire, but that's just not going to be the case because he will be shot down as well. But Zibian, that perfect UMP approach from his side up on top from the heads of TFD's position is going to be bringing in a lot of damage, but not for long because the damage has been done. Now all Zibian can do is just hold on for the best because his teammates are going to try to get him that cover that he needs because all by his lonesome, he is out of options as of now, and he is definitely burning, and there we have it. He is being burned down to a crisp. BABLU's players are trying their level best, but of course they are just so far spread thin that there is no way a two-man army from the side of BABLU can take on the players of TFD for now.
Pan and TmwEsports are able to set a crossfire, which they are trying to do. They can stop the players of Team Faulty Devils. They can try to win this outnumbered fight as well, as long as Pan don't overcommit to this fight. He's trying to deploy a few of the good smokes to deny vision to the players of TFD. Leon OP with that vehicle is already trying to make the rotation inside the circle. No, he's trying to make sure the vehicle is safe because from the backside, we can see the players of Team Quantum Rage as well. They can also do a third party. So many third parties are happening, but somewhere else, the players of Team Wave are also falling down by the hands of 52 Esports. And Thug, the last player, is still not sitting silently from Triple Esports. He's going for the knocks, going for the confirmation as well.
Absolutely. I mean, you talk about Triple Esports and along with that same third-party approach. What a perfect approach they've had against the players of BABLU, where only TmwEsports, the final player remaining from the side of BABLU for now. We'll come back to that as we have 52 Esports on our screens, and Daku with his UMP is trying to take on the fight against the players of TUF. And looking at the mini-map on towards the top right-hand side, they are trying to gatekeep TUF. They are definitely not going to try and open up any possibility for TUF to enter. But look at that. I mean, you've got I8 sitting pretty much in the center, waiting for the fight to reach them. They are not overextending. That is exactly the approach that I8 do love to happen, and that is exactly what is working out. And the gods of PUBG, of course, are helping them out based on how the zone is. But of course, the fight is yet not done. There are still so many teams remaining. Looking at the rotation that was being made from Team Star as well. They started all from the south and now looking very comfortable. But again, the numbers advantage is definitely theirs. Can they convert that into points is what we'll have to see.
Well, we'll see that in a matter of few minutes, but somewhere else, because the play zone team, Wolf of Team BABLU has been eliminated. That also means Team BABLU facing an early elimination at 13th position, only 3 points to their name. That also coming from the defeat points, elimination point for 52 Esports. This is the moment where they need to prioritize the circle, respect the circle. Otherwise, this fifth circle, blue zone, is going to dish a lot of damage. But Daku has a lot of intel onto the players of Team Grounders as well, who are basically pinned down with, in that little dip area. 1 or 2 good grenades from the side of 52 Esports can clear the floor, I think.
They definitely can, but again, 52 Esports, they need to be very advantageous in terms of the position that they've got, because of course the communication is what it'll all fall back on, and there we have it. The back end is where the grounders have definitely anticipated or pushed on with those grenades, and that is what has resulted in, of course, 2 of the players from the side of 52 Esports going down. But again, the fight is not yet done. It is still all down to, the pressure is all down to the one final player remaining from the side of 52 Esports, and that's going to be Daku. But Daku was so far out and spread thin that by the time he reaches his teammates, it might be a bit too late. And on the other front, for the side of the Grounders to be able to complete that fight and get those points for themselves, they're going to have to now deal with Quantum Rage's rage, and that is exactly what the Grounders are pushing on. And from the middle, TFD's players just make that perfect rotation, and none the wiser are they, because nobody cares. It is going to be TFD against the Grounders, my apologies, against the players of Quantum Rage, where we can clearly see that 2 of the players of the Grounders are down, and same is the case for Quantum Rage as well. So that basically means Goku against the player Evil Boy. It's a 1v1 situation between the Grounders and Quantum Rage. But are they going to be? Nope, Goku has fallen back. He's going to try and get that revive done. Now that advantage that he's going to be able to get, the 2v1 situation. All right, never mind. A perfect approach from Shaptar right there is going to be able to just completely take away that advantageous position that Quantum Rage had. So now it's Senior all by his lonesome. Once again, this is a tough battle for Quantum Rage to convert for themselves. And TMW from the backlines, again, this is Miramar. Third parties are always going to be the case, but TMW, as we saw them bring in that third party approach, they themselves are being approached from the side of backend from 6. It is going to be Team Star. A chaotic Miramar is what this has turned out to be, with 10 teams still remaining and the zone still favoring I8.
Well, that was some brave move coming from the side of Team Grounders, moving with that buggy and slamming in the doors of Quantum Rage. Right now, both the teams are suffering. They are suffering with the casualty, but the rescue and the revivals are going on from either side. But Team Grounders are the one who are going to be eliminated at 10th position. Now, Stars are going up against a team, and their own teammates are falling down because they are not in the best of the best position. Miracle is going for the rescue onto his teammate, going for the revival, but Metershot Sky are going up against a of Quraysh Esports out there in the open. Is not the position to pick up a fight, and Quraysh Esports is going to eliminate Metershot Sky on the 8th position. 1 defeat point to their name. That is good start, but they have to move inside the circle as well, because the blue is going to close in any minute.
Absolutely. We are left with 7 teams remaining right now. I8's, of course, IQ, the man, of course, who's known for the way that he's able to bring those 2000 IQ plays, is now up against his opponent in the same compound, in the same house itself. And that one player from TFD, of course, he is left for nothing. He's going to be eliminated. TUF also were left with only a 2-man army, and they get eliminated as well. 5 teams remaining, 6 defeat points converted from the side of this team of Quantum Rage. Quite a rageous performance coming in on the map of Miramar on day number 2 from this team. But can they do enough damage to bring down I8? Because I8 have a lot of momentum going on for themselves. So is the case for Magnus as well. 6 defeat points for I8, and the compound working in their favor against the players of Magnus, who are out in the open, but they also have the momentum. That's going to be in number of 5 elimination points. But right now it's going to be IQ up all by his lonesome once again, going to deal with 2 of the players from Quantum Rage, and it seems like they are not going to be able to give him any damage at all, because he's all by lonesome. 1v2 situation, and still hold the compound steady for himself and his teammates. Again, IQ, that's the reason why the man is known. Incredible performance from him, and still a 4-man strong team I8 with 8 defeat points, looking very steady to be able to convert this into a chicken dinner for themselves.
Well, certainly they can, but Magnus Esports also can turn things around in their favor also, because they also have the majority of the control of the real estate. They have all the 4 players alive. In fact, I8 and Magnus are our only team. Star is lacking with a member of their team, but all they can hope for is Magnus and I8 go up against each other. That is when they can do a third party and go for a chicken dinner as well. Anything can happen, because Star, they are sticking on the little ridges of the zone, I'll say. But they need to be careful of a single player of Magnus Esports who can stop them, who can prove an ugly thorn in the track. Because look at the position of Drawlin. One single grenade from this lad's side. Star, well, 2 players might go down.
Exactly, and the Blues are already catching up to Team Star, so a very tricky position that Team Star is in, but an advantageous approach from the side of Magnus as to how they've spread themselves out on the minimap as well as on our screens. We can clearly see the kind of flank angle they've been able to create. A lot of pressure is going to be on Faster as well as Drawlin, but we've seen them. The synergy with which they're able to just capitalize on their opponents from the 2 individual angles is so beautiful, and the communication is so on point. Now it all boils down to how exactly is I8 going to differ them out, because one shot against Drawlin or Faster, and Magnus's approach goes down the drain right there and then. But is I8 prepared to do so? We know they've got the skill, we know they've got the capability, but all of that, the X factor still remains Team Star. Team Star has still got the opportunity, but there you have it. As Shadow was mentioning earlier, it is Finisher who brings in that perfect nade, and Team Star is now being hunted by both of these teams, Magnus as well as I8.
Well, they have already drawn attention of both these teams. Now they have to pay the price by picking fight with on multiple fronts with both of these teams, especially when they are outnumbered, only 2 men surviving. How they are going to come on the second position, that's the main question. But finisher with the grenade finds a knock onto players of I8 Esports, but Team Star also is falling down as Miracle is the only player standing. He has to pick up his own teammate, but there is no time left as Magnus Esports are also going for the follow-up grenade onto their side. And Miracle, please don't go to that revival rescue because the grenade might connect, but he's going to survive the grenade. They have already rescued, they have already revived their own teammate, but Finisher is not going to stop. He has so many grenades and molotovs, he's using them all and gets another knock onto the revived teammate. Now Miracle knows there is a possibility any minute, any second, the molotov or the grenade is going to connect, but what Star is going to do in this situation, because I8 also closing on the distance towards the side of Magnus Esports.
Absolutely. I mean, I8's Blade has been on top of that roof for quite a long time. He definitely is getting a little bit of damage as well. He needs to drop down, but of course, he needs to get that information before he drops down. As far as Magnus is concerned, again, 3 of the players are brought down to almost a 30%, 40% of their health. So this is a critical position for I8 to be able to capitalize. But again, as far as their utility is concerned, they are not left with many. And I8 goes pushing out in front, up top on that small little ridge is going to be going against him because Magnus is prepared. Magnus is ready. Finisher, the only man down from the side of course, the side of Magnus Esports, but I8. Now, I8's IQ, we've been waiting for him from that flank angle for quite a long time, but he's not been able to convert even a single fight for his favor, nor has he been able to convert that into a point for himself or his team. But now, this team of Magnus, they are being separated because it seemed like they had the entire control. So many utilities were spread against Miracle, but Miracle's Miracle definitely working in his favor, was able to give him one more point before he's eliminated from this game. And there we have it. I8 had the advantage and the X factor, of course, Star's Miracle helping them out, thus resulting in I8 walking away with a perfect chicken dinner right here with 14 elimination points, along with, of course, 15 points for this chicken dinner. So amazing conversion from them, and yep, there you have the lead that I was anticipating from the side of this team. And this is what I8 does every single time. They jump in, they create that lead from first week itself, and then it's just a cat and mouse chase. As soon as some team gets close to I8 is like, not allowed. We're going to jump in more further, and we're going to get that many points converted the next game that we are going to be part of. But what a game. What a perfect Miramar this was.
Well, it was certainly a perfect Miramar. In fact, I8 Esports, they were aggressive, but at the same time, they were smart enough to know which fight to pick, which fight to avoid. They knew when to sit silently, because when Magnus and Star, they were picking fight against each other, they were sitting silently. Blade from that rooftop angle, he was gathering as much information as he could, and that kind of worked in his favor, because when the blues started closing in, I8 knew this is the moment when you have to go for the last few good elimination points and get the chicken dinner as well, 15 position points, and exactly they did so.
They did so perfectly as well. With that, we're going to go on a short little break. Viewers, stick around because, of course, 4 more games still remain for the day. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is, of course, the perfect fall season of Pakistan right here in 2022. All thanks to Oppo, where F21 Pro is making a lot of noise right here, and it is making a lot of aggressive noises because these teams, they just do not want to stop. I'm in shadow. Yesterday, they finished on the map of Miramar. It was 18 finishes, right? Yeah, 18 finishes is what they got along with the chicken dinner. Today, on the same map of Miramar, I8 walks away with 14 finishes. And again, a chicken dinner. What is going to stop this team?
Well, nothing. Nothing is going to stop this team because they're already aiming for that top spot in the leaderboard. They are like, we are not going to give any bad game because we know any minute the top spot can be taken away. But Blade, 3rd time MVP. time he became the MVP yesterday, and this time again he's becoming the MVP 5 elimination. But look at the damage that this guy has been dishing out, more than 1000 plus damage. Yesterday it was 700 or 800, close to he was, but this time is 1000 plus damage, and he had good elimination. He's having good elimination points as well, 5 points.
Absolutely, with 1000 plus damage, and of course 5 finishes confirmed for his team. He is going to be feeling proud. He's going to be feeling, and the teammates are also going to be very, very happy with having him in there. But looking at the top players right here, we do have, well, again, 3x's Miracle. He was all over the place. He was making a lot of noise. He was taking on a lot of shots. Of course, the team was eliminated a little early, but overall, the way that Miracle was playing was perfect. Same can be said for, of course, IQ, as he was able to bring that 2v1 situation in the compound all by his lonesome for himself and the team.
Well, certainly. But talking about match ranking, I Esports are definitely sitting on the top position with 29 points. Team Star on the second position with total 17 points. Out of it, 7 are the elimination points. A very good performance coming from their side as well. Magnus tried to go for the chicken dinner, but they are on the third position with total of 17 points. And Team QR, Quantum Rage, sitting on the fourth position with total of 14 points. But Team BABLU, they started things on a very aggressive note, but it was a play zone which took down Teen Wolf, I guess. Teen Wolf was taken down by Play Zone, and they're sitting on the 9th position, only 3 elimination points. This is the only problem with Team BABLU. I always think they are not able to grab those placement points.
Again, it was, this time around, when it comes down to the way BABLU played, it was just against them. The way the compound was rushed against them, even though they were ready, it was just not going to work out because they were spread out thin. And the way they were rushed on upon was a synergistic approach. And that is where BABLU just went down short. But nevertheless, nothing taken away from them because they made a very extensive rotation as well. And that rotation cost them a lot of time. Had they already been deciding to go into the center of the zone itself, perhaps a lot more points could have been accumulated from them. But again, 4 games for the day still remain. So still a lot of opportunity will be available for these teams that were not able to perform, or rather underperformed, to be able to pick up their pace, of course, from the upcoming game itself. And now from this extended map of Miramar, we're going to be going all the way down to the shortest map that's going to be available in the loop. That's going to be on the map of Sanhok.
I wonder how teams are going to transition themselves from Miramar to Sanhok suddenly. The slowest map, Miramar, a fast-paced map, Sanhok, you have to go for the elimination points. Big transition in the gameplay is going to come in. Let's see which team can be the quickest to adapt to Sanhok. But I think these are the professional players. They can do it in a matter of few seconds.
Oh, they definitely are going to be able to, because again, some teams, they prefer those varied maps where they are slowly pacing themselves. But in the Pakistan region, one thing that always stays constant is that aggressive stance. Now today, I really am keen to see, because yesterday they started off with that aggressive approach on the map of Erangel, and then same on Miramar. But as soon as that third match started on the map of Sanhok, everything felt silent. Till the 14th minute marker, we were still looking at, almost 14-15 teams still surviving. And that was unexpected. So let's see if that will be the case today on the map of Sanhok as well or not. But talking about this game of Miramar itself, it was quite a lot of fun. It was a lot many teams trying to make those sort of rotations, and then at the same time taking on those shots. And that hill where we had back-to-back 3 teams fall down. Or 2 teams, but the third one damaged quite a lot, was very incredible. That was the Triple Esports that moved in, the third team to be there, and then walked away with just 2 of those players. But quite an interesting Miramar this was.
Well, it was interesting. In fact, Triple Esports Psycho, he survived for a very long time. But talking about Sanhok, yesterday Triple Esports, they were the second team to get eliminated from the lobby. They did had a very good performance in Sanhok. In fact, the team that had a good performance in Sanhok was 3x Esports. This time in Miramar, they were on the bottom of the leaderboard. Maybe things can turn around. They came second yesterday. Maybe they can come on the top position this time in Sanhok.
Well, again, you have to keep a very close, keen eye towards Miracle. Miracle brings in some miraculous plays from the side of 3x that he's a boon. He's a boon for the team. And again, he's not all by his lonesome, because his teammates are there providing that sort of a cover. Thus, he's able to create that sort of a performance. But again, Miracle, he is just absolutely pristine in terms of the shots he's able to accumulate. And of course, the spray being so much on point. But along with that, Mary, Kratos, they're all there to give him that cover. But right here, this was the hill right next to Hasyanda, where things went so very wrong right off the bat for QWERTY, where QWERTY did not expect to go down that easy against 3x Esports. But then from 3x, the the limelight was again taken away from them as well. And right here, we had, of course, BABLU take on a rivalry that did not extend, or rather did not help them for long.
Well, so many teams got eliminated around that hill or lost their players, but this was some brave move that was coming from the players of Team Grounders. They lost 2 of the players because of this not scouting the area properly and this unnecessary rush that was coming in from their side. But it's okay, they got few good elimination points and position points as well. They survived the Wrath, but it was Team Star Miracle. If he had few grenades or molotovs in his hand, he could have become the ugly thorn for the claws of Magnus Esports, because all he had was a single painkiller in his hand, no throwables at all. Otherwise, I think he could have turned things around for his team.
He most certainly could have, and that is, look at the, I guess, the lack of a better term once again, because Miracle was stuck behind that rock for such a long time, right? We had Magnus's player again and again and again, 3 to 4 times bring in Molotovs, bring in nades, but nothing deterred Miracle, because Miracle was sure that this revenge I have to take before this game goes down. And he did not go open fire against, of course, 8's plays. He knew where Magnus's players were. He jumped right in at the right time to be able to accumulate those points and convert that revenge and that satisfaction for himself and his teammates as well. As we move towards the overall ranking, let's find out where the team of i8 have led themselves to. Of course, how big a difference is what I'm talking about, because that storyboard that i8 is creating on just day 2's first game's performance, and this is looking really good. This is looking like they're going to be thrashing through the entire lobby. But which team is it going to be that will be able to overpower them? We will find out soon enough. But right now, looking at the storyboard itself, i8 with 95 points, 5 games played, 5 points shy of a century. This team of i8 Esports, I wonder what they started.
They're definitely getting a century. They're definitely getting a century today.
They are. There's nothing stopping them. Absolutely nothing that can stop them. Along with that, as we move towards page number 2 itself, we had TmwEsports as well on the map of Miramar. As far as the zone was concerned, looking and sitting at a very wonderful position, but sadly we're not able to utilize that to perfection. On the other front, as we do have Metershot Sky jumping up 1 position, but look at Team Star, 5 position jump, setting on the 13th spot with 27 points. So they still have a opportunity to be able to get themselves in the first page of the leaderboard as well. But along with that, now the second game that's going to be played on the map of Sanhok, we are going to be looking at Group A, B, C, and E. So that means Group D is going to be jumping out. That will be the Grounders, Metershot Sky, R3D, as well as TmwEsports Esports. Along with that, let's have a look at the schedule, where we will see how many games are remaining and what are the maps that are going to be upcoming, Shadow.
Well, certainly. Let's have a look at the schedule for today. The first map was played in the fields of Miramar, where i8 got a chicken dinner for themselves. The coming map is going to be Sanhok, where Group D will be sitting out. Then comes Miramar again, and Group C will be sitting out. Then we have Erangel and Miramar. That means 3 Miramars. For today, only a single Erangel and a single Sanhok. Sanhok, you can go for the elimination points, but like Blotter, you said, it's Pakistan region. Every single map is a map where they are going to go for the elimination points, so their aggression is not going to stop, be it Sanhok or Erangel or Miramar.
Absolutely. Well. Now we reach to that dreaded question once again, Shadow, which is going to be, which team are you going to be predicting? Which team do you think is going to be walking away with this Sanhok Games chicken dinner? Now, think carefully though, because like I said, yesterday they slowed down the pace quite a lot. So what team would you want to see get themselves this chicken dinner?
I'll go with the safe option, TmwEsports,
Okay.
because yesterday they got the chicken dinner.
Okay.
This time
Yep,
again
alright.
they can go for it.
You're absolutely on point. You're definitely on point, and there's absolutely nothing taken away from that prediction, because that is so very well thought out. On the other front, as we talk about this game itself, like we mentioned, A, B, C, and E are going to be participating. I already mentioned what teams are not playing, but what teams are going to be jumping in is going to be freestyle this time around. H2E, Regicide, along with, of course, we do have North Esports as well, right? So it is going to be very important. And talking about North Esports, this Sanhok game was their first game, if I remember correctly. No, my apologies. It was a Miramar game where they walked away with that chicken dinner, right? But nevertheless, I mean, North Esports also got very close on the map of Sanhok, though. What team will I want to pick for that perfect comeback story? I really want to be able to see. This is day number 2. Tomorrow is going to be an off, so tomorrow these teams are going to be provided with that one day where they can go back to all the 10 games, all the 8 games rather that teams have played, and find out that what all different things the opponents are doing and change their strategy accordingly. So today, maybe could be a comeback story, not necessarily, but of course along with that it seems like the prediction director is not interested in, and I've been saved by the bell as the flight path has taken place, and we're going to be jumping on along from the south this time around, going all the way north towards Haten. So that means once again the map of Sanhok is being divided, and again being a short tile map, it automatically allows all the teams to go towards their safe drop locations, the safety net that they've automatically gotten for themselves. Now looking at BABLU, wow, what a fanned out approach they've got. Zibian all by his lonesome. Interesting. Same is the case for R3G as well.
They are way too spread out, I'll say, Team PMPL. Yes, in Sanhok you can go for the heal battles anytime, grab those first aids and everything, but this kind of split coming from the side of PMPL, especially when Painan is completely unoccupied, well, Zibian can regroup. He can give out the call to his teammates that, hey, Painan is completely empty, we guys can regroup and loot in the compounds, but now the player that is in the prime spot is going to be TmwEsports, because he's going to provide so much intel and information from that little island. But if any of the team closes in the distance on any of the player of Team BABLU, how is he going to survive that 1v4 situation? That's my main trouble. But talking about the circle is somewhere on the northern eastern side. That means the team that is in a very good position is right in the Paradise Resort. That is going to be MGS over there, Magnus Esports. In fact, FS also, Freestyle also, they are in a good position.
True. I'm just looking at the teams and looking at the way that they've dropped down. So many of the teams have decided with a fanned out approach in terms of how they've dropped down. We talk about 52 on our screen, 52 esports. They themselves are towards, well, one of the players, Pharaoh, is towards the docks, towards the southern side, the southeastern side of the map. And then his teammates are up above, extended from him. You talk about, of course, BABLU, we've already seen how spread out approach they've got. R3G, they are spread out. Then all of them playing solo for now. Now, once these teams that are playing this sort of an extended approach, they start making their rotation towards the north western side of the map, it is going to get chaotic. And right in the center is going to be Magnus. Up on top, as you mentioned, is going to be FS. I8 sitting very comfortable towards the middle western side, eastern side of the map. So no team that they're going to have to worry about as of now. And considering of what they played in the previous game, they're going to play it safe perhaps. They're going to be just waiting for teams to approach them and then take the shots. And the same is going to be the case right there, as we saw Quraysh Esports' player were ready. Jaguar with his gun was absolutely pristine. And of course, along with that, the two-man army that has been brought on from the side of course, well, it's just not going to be enough, because just like that, 52 Esports are going to be easily able to dominate, as he was just a one-man army, and the first elimination point goes towards the side of 52 Esports as Hassan OP. So 1 point converted, and now that many more needed to get that chicken dinner closer and closer. But along with that, now looking at the position that 52 Esports are in, as I was talking about, docks is where we have them. They could very well be looking at water rotation perhaps.
The water rotation you can go for, but you have to make sure there is no other team that is also opting for the same path, because they are sharing the drop location with other team also. There is a possibility that can happen. Otherwise, they can head, if they are going for the water rotation, just head over to Camp Bravo, because if you go a little northern side, you might face the plus of Team FS. If you go a little south, I8 might welcome you. So they have to be very careful if they're going with the water rotation as well. But talking about the team that is looking in a good position are the players of H2E. The way they are a little spread out on the island of Paradise Resort, they can completely stop the teams that are coming from the western side in their tracks, because there are only two options. You either have to come by the bridge, from the bridge, or waterways, and you are in the prime spot to stop them.
Absolutely. Well. Again, just one defeat that we've seen till now. That was again from the side of 52 Esports' Hassan. Apart from that, all the teams and players are still playing it very, very passive, very, very safe, which is a good thing to see. But of course, this is just the first 4.5, 5 minutes of the game itself. Now, slowly but surely, these teams, as they start getting closer and closer, it is going to get that much more chaotic. Along with that, of course, keeping in mind that this time around, Group E has participated for the first time around, and Team Star taking on shots against this open team of TmW. Team Star, of course, in the background, we can see God Fury from the compound taking a perfect shot. And now it's going to be very critical for TmW to get that revival on, of course, M7. We saw how critical M7 was in the previous days Erangel game. But again, now will that same player be able to stand true and tall for his team? It seems like it's looking very, very dim and dull, because the players of Team Star, God Fury specifically, is bringing in so many shots, and specifically with that silencer added on, it makes that much more difficult for the side of TmW to be able to anticipate those shots, and that is what has resulted in, of course, the second defeat point, second elimination point going in favor of Team Star. TmW left with only a 3-man approach for now.
In fact, the players of Team Star are also trying to converge the players of TmW from multiple direction. In fact, there is a third team also that is also nearby vicinity. That is going to be Team FS. Although they are a little far away for now, but the minute they are going to hear any kind of commotion, no, they are not going to close in that direction, because they have their eyes set onto the players of Team GS, Magnus Esports, who have a good compound for their name. But Malik looks like with the grenade is trying to contest that compound and grab the spot for themselves or for his team. Let's see if he can lob that perfect projectile towards the players of Magnus Esports, because Magnus last match in Miramar, they had a very good outing. Drolin, yes, he got a little bit of damage, lost 10 HP because of that grenade, nothing much taken away. But Malik with that UAP 45 is finally going to take down Drolin over there. Knight is trying to stop the players of Team FS in their tracks, but the grenades are not connecting. But Malik is not stopping for picks off Master as well.
Absolutely, what a perfect play this is turning out to be, but in favor of Magnus is what I'll say, because even though they've lost 2 of their players, they still have an opportunity to completely shut down the approach being showcased from the side of FS, because FS, they were spread out in terms of the way that they approach. They've already lost 2 of their players, and there goes another one, Mom 2 down the throat as well. And as I was just talking about it, again, the approach that I saw coming in from FS, it was just one-sided approach. They needed to spread out, they needed to fan out a little bit to be able to take on the compound from multiple angles. They all came in from the same side, and that was their demise right there and then. Even though their opponents lost a few of their players down low, but that was it. That was it. I mean, going against the conversation of FS losing all of their players, while this being their first game, yeah, tough luck right there. They need to go back to that drawing board in terms of the approach that they showcased. But overall, moving away from that fight and not taking it to my heart, we are going to be looking at Team TUF. Again, the rivalry that was extended yesterday, continuing on today as well. TUF against I8.
Well, TUF versus IA, the top 2 teams, the top dogs going up against each other. Let's see which is going to come out on the top. But someone else, the players of Team BABLU, are falling down as Teen Wolf have been eliminated by Khan of Team Quati. Yesterday also, they had a good performance in the map of Sanhok, but this time Zibyan has already taken down Gravity. And with that Molotov, he's looking for the confirmation, but he's deploying that in a very wrong direction. But nevertheless, he's still bleeding to his death. Somewhere else, BABLU Pan is also being taken down. That means Team BABLU needs to regroup. There is no help or rescue that is coming for Pan right now, as Voltrox with that single tap shots from M416 is trying to look for the confirmation onto Pan. Sooner or later, he's going to get that confirmation. But Quirty boy is the one who is going to steal all that thunder, and he's going to get that confirmation onto Pan. That means 3 teams are going up against each other, and Team BABLU is becoming the patty in the sandwich.
This is very tough day for BABLU right here. When we started off, we were talking about the anticipations that we have from BABLU. The fans definitely eager as well. We can see in the backlines, Quoties, Voltrox climbing up top to get that sort of a flank angle against Zibyan. The 2 players remaining from the side of BABLU, of course, right now have nothing more that they can do, because they are so extensively spread out against each other that they are not going to be able to even give that sort of a cover. We do have Dani on the backlines on top of that roof, but that is such a known angle that, of course, 420 boy is already keeping a very keen eye out towards that same exact house and compound, that he knows for a fact that there is going to be one player that could very well shoot from them. And on the other front, it seems like Quoties, Voltrox and Khan are going to be slowly but surely pushing on to confirm the elimination point as well as the defeat of the entire team of BABLU as Zabyan we can see running away from this area. Boot camp definitely not theirs for the taken, and it seems like Voltrix with 4 grenades already set up with him. He is looking very well equipped and prepped to just bring down Zabyan and take him back low. On the black angle, we do have Dani from BABLU waiting up top, but we can see that his health was also damaged a little bit. There we have it. I think that was probably because of 420 boy right there. Now Voltrix better be careful. If he's not careful, even though he's got a friend of his teammate back end 420, he needs to be careful because Dani can get just one perfect shot and that can damage his vest, of course his helmet as well. Now that is something that Voltrix needs to be very, very cautious about. But at the same point in time, BABLU is spread out thin. This is going to turn into a little bit of a stalemate before it turns into an all-out complete elimination of a team as we move towards the zone itself, and the rotations being showcased right here. We still do have a couple of teams that are still catching up in the blues. We've got 52 Esports still in the blues coming in from the southeastern approach. We've got from the west southern approach, we've got North Esports as well. As we are looking at them on our screens, they are in the blues, but they are taking on shots against the players of TFD. Now North Esports, again, this is going to be their first game for the day. Till now, they've been able to accumulate 1 defeat point for themselves. So pretty decent start, but they need more. They definitely need more. And that is exactly what they are hunting for against TFD.
North Esports yesterday in Miramar, they got second in a 7 defeat point for themselves, but after that they were not able to get as many points as we were expecting from their side. But this time they are taking things slow. They are still going for the late rotation. They have information, like you mentioned. They know there is a team in the close proximity, and Maxi from that height advantage, well, he can gather a lot of intel. But the problem is how they are going to make it into the safety of the circle, because if you're going to cross the bridge area, there is a team that is waiting for you on the other side. That is going to be the players of team H2E. But talking about the other teams still fighting in the boot camp are the players of team Quati and team BABLU. Well, Dani has to come out in the open sooner or later, maybe because of the blue or because of the bullets that might be coming in his direction, but he has to come out in the open. But the two teams that might lock horns with each other can be the players of team Star and team TmW. Well, talking about Star, they are spread out in the open area. They need to check the backs. They have to be careful because any other team might close in the distance. But TmW, they have the safety of the compounds. They have nothing to lose in this situation. Even if the player gets taken down, there is a chance he can get an easy revival or a rescue anytime soon. But Khan is still looking in the very wrong direction, trying to spot out Zabyan.
Well, again, they are still on the hunt of those two players that they know are around in the vicinity, and that's going to be off BABLU, of course. We do know Dani is going to be right close to where Zabyan is approaching, but on the other front, well, does Voltrix know where Zabyan is? And that is where things are going to be very, very crucial and pointed out, because of course it is a 3v2 situation, so still things can go either way. Now Voltrix spreading himself out like this is very well in the crosshairs of Dani, and that just the information is what Dani needs to provide to Zabyan. And it seems like Zabyan's rotation from there into the compound, the archery cues has been given away. Voltrix, along with all the boosts and of course 100% HP, is very well equipped, and that is exactly what Zabyan is preparing himself for as well. Now with 30, well, there we have it. Of course, another quick reload coming in from Voltrix, which is going to be so very crucial in the UMP as well. Now, it is a very high damaging gun, along with that perfect skill that is showcased between these two teams. It is a cat and mouse chase as of now. Of course, it's all based on the archery cues that both of these players are getting against each other. And on the backlines, of course, his teammate is going to be providing that cover fire. And there we have it. Khan from the other angle joining in along to help Voltrix in this cat and mouse chase.
But somewhere else, I8 Blade are also picking up few of the players, but Voltrix with that UMP45, like you mentioned, deadly weapon in the close range. 420 boy is also going to help him out, and with that, Team BABLU, Zabyan has been taken out from the equation, and Team BABLU has been eliminated. No, there is a hope. Dani is still surviving, but he's fighting against time, against Blue Zone, and obviously against the players of Team Quati. Also, he has to go for a very long rotation. Let's see how many first aid or healings he's having in his hands. Otherwise, maybe the blue can take him down. But it's the second zone. He can fight the battle and win it. But talking about A8 Esports, from the height advantage, and that perfect angle blade can dish out a lot of damage onto the players of Quantum Rage Esports, because they are out there in the open, and Sirius is going for the rescue onto his fallen comrade. Spark is still bleeding out, but things are not easy at all, because Blade is still holding onto that position, still relentlessly shooting in the direction of Sirius, but the little ridge, the little cover is providing all the help that Sirius needed in that situation. But with that, Sirius also goes down, and Spark has also been eliminated. That means double trouble for the players of Team Quantum Rage.
Ooh, I8, they are so very damaging. There we have it, a perfect spray coming in from his side. That was Blade, of course, in the replay right there, getting in that perfect shot, and in doing so, of course, got another one converted into a knock, and all of that brought down into the knees, and now out of the lobby itself, just two players left. That's going to be Goku and Senior, and these two players also need to be very, very careful. They're being gate kept to not be able to enter into the zone from the side of I8 itself, and we can see that the rotation being made from Dani right here. We are, of course, dealing with just a one-man army from BABLU and TmwEsports. They were making that rotation from the western angle, and now they've heard, or rather seen perhaps, because we can see Avenger OP, he's not moving. He's waiting for Dani OP, and when it comes to Dani, well, Dani is only left with one health first aid, so it is going to be very difficult for him to even try and get that survival extended for himself. And of course, Avenger OP right here is just waiting, patiently waiting to get that another point, another defeat point, another elimination point for his team. We're still looking at 14 teams, and it seems like finally the decision has been made. The team BABLU will be eliminated, of course, as was mentioned earlier. First aid was only one. There wasn't much that he could do, and he will be eliminated. Of course, his team, 14 teams definitely do survive, as we are going to also look at the rotation being made from the side of R3G, Regicide. Now, Regicide need some decent points today. I8, they are still all over the lobby in terms of the way they're accumulating those points. They are such an aggressive bunch of lads. 52esports' rotation has been caught off guard from I8 this time around. Now, I8, they are left with just two men. One of them is going to be Pharaoh, and he is so far out, spread out then, that he cannot get close to Pain to give him that revival. Pain is pretty much lost to the cause right here in the map of Sanhok.
He is going to bleed out to his death. There is no second thought about it. But I Esports, look at the position of Ghost and Blade, the way they are holding on to that little post area. This is providing them so much information, and this is a team that is smart enough to know when to shoot the bullet and when to stay silent. But looks like H2E is also in a bit of trouble, as Team Star is also shooting in their direction. Tarzan has been knocked out, and God Fury is looking for the confirmation. He has a slight idea where exactly Kian can be, but Asad, talking about him, if he's able to manage a perfect grenade to knock down God Fury, things might turn in their favor, but certainly that is not happening, as God Fury is relentlessly dropping few grenades in the side of Assad in his direction, but missing out on that perfect projectile. All he has to do is lower Assad out of the safety of the cover, hard cover, and then shoot in his direction, take him down. But right now, the rescue, the revivals are also coming in. Tarzan is again back on his feet. That means all the 4 players are there, and Team Star, let's see what's gonna happen, because they are picking fight on the multiple fronts, as TFT Rafe also bids bye-bye to his teammate, courtesy to the players of Team Star.
Absolutely, Team Star, they head out, they held their head up into the blues to convert those into points for themselves, and now with all 4 players in the yellow, getting away from the blues is what we'll be able to see from their side, of course, because they are overextending. If they stretch out too thin, the 4 players advantage that they have right now could very well go low, and that is exactly what it's turning out to be, because as they try and make that rotation to get into the zone, now they themselves are getting gate kept, as Osama, he's so close to the zone, but he was just pushed on away from TmwEsports Reaper. So now they're going to have to move on to another angle to get themselves into the zone. As far as I8's Ghost was concerned, he himself has been dropped down. He was also spread out a little too far out from his teammates. So a difficult situation and conversion for IE as well. But TUF, they are pretty much in the center. It seems like this game could very well be theirs. They've got the compounds in their hands. 14 teams, though, still remain. So it is still open for debate as to which side is this game going to go.
In fact, it's open to debate which side the circle is going to go, because if it goes in the favor of Team 3X, who is holding on to the western compounds, this can be the game. If it goes towards the southern side, QA is placed in the perfect position. But like you said, TUA, they are in the dead smack center. So anyway, the circle is going to go. They are going to make an easy rotation inside the next circle. But right now, the teams that are going up against each other, TmW still holding on to a good compound, but Asad of Team H2E is going to find a knock, and Miracle hits the ground, but Asad gets taken down by the play zone. And in the fourth circle, you can't fight with the blue, but Team Star is right now fighting with the blue, fighting with the players of TmwEsports, as Kurma knows exactly where the last player of Team Star is, and the minute he's going to come out in the open, that M416 is going to eliminate him. With that, Team Star is going to bid bye-bye from the lobby.
Exactly, I was mentioning it. Team Star got a little too greedy. They stretched out a little too thin, or would have if they... Or, well, again, never mind. They were able to get those points as they spread themselves out thin, but now, as they try to make that rotation, they've been caught out low and given a massive blow in the blues itself. So now Team Star's numbers have dwindled down and been taken away from their side. Now TmW, as we are looking at the players making that rotation, Team Star also with the 2-man army got Fury against the 3-man army from TmW. Right, make that one from Team Star, as of course another player from Team Star goes down. A very chaotic Sanhok is what this has turned out to be, as teams overextended themselves to be able to accumulate those points, and now are going down in the blues as they try and rush towards the zone itself. And in the zone, teams are just patiently waiting. We've got North Esports right here on our screens, who are in the zone as well. They've taken care of the back end, where no team can give them that X-Factor approach from the flank angle as well. Right in front of them, of course, is going to be Quraysh, but that's going to be absolutely fine. There's no worry about this team, because they are in the compound. They're playing it safe. They're playing it absolutely safe for now. But will it be enough or not is what we are going to have to find out for Quraysh Esports as well. On the backlines, TmW's Kurima is going to be completely, I think, annihilating Team Star's opportunity to be able to walk away with a chicken dinner, my apologies, with just one player remaining from the side of Team Star.
But the circle has taken a, like you mentioned, northern shift. That means Team Magnus is in the good spot. As long as they are able to eliminate the players of TmW, or TmW manages to eliminate the players of MGS, this could be a game changer for them, because both of them were fighting with the blue, and the sudden shift of the circle is working in their favor. But right now, North Esports, well, they have to make a very long rotation. They have to make sure the players of Team Quraysh Esports doesn't spot them down, because it's only a matter of few seconds when the blue zone is gonna close in, and they have to go for the rotation. They have to move inside the safety of the circle. But Magnus Esports are going aggressive, as Faster is going to eliminate one of the player out there from TmW. That means 5 defeat points already to this team, and they are moving inside the circle. They know exactly they don't know exactly, but they have an idea. There is a team out there in the compound right in front of them. But Blade, with that M416, manages to find one more knock onto the players of Team QR. Can he get the confirmation? Let's see. Time will tell. But Maxi still in the blue from North Esports.
North Esports in a very troublesome situation, actually. They did try and overcome this compound that was held on from the side of Quraysh, but again, they had the safety net. The players of Quraysh had the safety net, whereas R3D from the side angles were also taking on shots against NES. And North Esports, well, they were none the wiser, because they had nowhere to go but run in towards the compound from across the road itself. And now it all boils down to, of course, Rafay from Quraysh Esports against Zamin from North Esports as well. And this is just not going to work out, as we do have Quraysh Esports making their presence felt in this entire saga. Maxi is still down low. NES, the dreams they might have had from this game have been taken away, because they are left with just a one-man army. 4 teams right now with just a one-man army approach. North Esports, TmW, Regicide, as well as, of course, Quraysh that we just saw. Now, I8, Uzum is down, but at the same point in time, we do have Magnus in from the backlines from the north of the zone, making their presence felt with perfect momentum in their favor. 6 elimination points converted from their side. And for I8, well, again, they still have the opportunity, because the revival has been given away, and now it is all down to the zone as to who will be able to control the zone. Magnus are not in the zone, but they're definitely keeping a very keen eye out towards the flank angles that they've got. And here we have Magnus in the action, taking on shots against the players of Kori, and just like that, Team Kori will also get eliminated.
And Magnus are coming on the top. They have good number of defeat points in their hands, but they also have they can also have the control of the zone. But right now, TUF Thor can be the ugly thorn for the players of Team 3X, as Tyrant is still on a very low HP. His teammate a little far away, and Tyrant just survived that grenade. No, he didn't survive. He gets taken down by the grenade of Joker Sir, and Ibits bye bye as well. 3X Miracle is the last only hope for the team standing still in the top 8 position. Can he make it to the top 7 and further? The time will tell, but Joker Side has been taken down, and Playzone is also going to come into the picture, as Team Red G side has been eliminated at the 8th position, but MGS Finisher finds a knock and confirmation onto Joker Side as well. To TUF, who were looking in the direction of 3X, who didn't watch their 6, that is why they are getting punished by the players of Magnus Esports. 3X has been eliminated, and TUF also losing out on the players.
You know, honestly, we have to commend Magnus's approach. Even in the previous game, the way that they were able to spread themselves out against that compound was so beautiful to witness. And this is exactly what they're doing this time around. There's no compound, but the zone. The zone has been theirs. The way that they are coming in from the edges, just absolutely pincering down all the opportunities that their opponents could have had, is all in Magnus's favor. But now they need to be able to confirm that favor into a win for themselves, into a chicken dinner for themselves, as we are left with just 4 teams surviving. North Esports get eliminated on the 5th spot. I8 left with just a 2-man army. Blade and Uzum. Magnus slowly but surely utilizing those smoke walls along with, of course, Trunks and Rocks to be able to make that rotation and get a little bit more advantage in terms of the, well, where exactly are the players. But the best part is that Knight has made it based on the smoke wall that was created, and now Knight is pretty much in the center and on the flank. That's exactly what I was going to talk about. TUF is so very close to creating a blunder against I8. It seems like TUF and I8 are going to be just crossing each other's heads, and Magnus is going to be handed out this chicken dinner very, very easily.
Well, certainly 11 defeat points, elimination points already to their name, but Kurma, being one with the nature, is trying to grow. He has only one single grenade. He better lob it to the perfection in the side of Knight, but Knight survives that grenade. That means Kurma has to rely on his M4169, made the mistake of coming out in the open, has been taken out, but Finisher is in the close proximity, and so is Drolin. That means easy rescue and revival might be coming in any second, but Finisher is trying to go for the finish points onto the players of TMW, and finally gets paid off with that winner chicken dinner. And Team Magnus Esports, a very good dominating performance coming from their side, and 13 eliminations, a very good elimination point.
Absolutely, a perfect game from Magnus Esports' side, as they were able to just completely, the synergistic performance that was showcased from their side in the previous game, it definitely moved on ahead onto the map of Sanhok as well. Just commendable approach, the communication being so on point, the synergy being so on point, and then on top of that, of course, the aggression. The 13 elimination points along with 15 chicken dinner winner points are definitely the perfect approach that they needed. But of course, a valiant effort from the one-man army of TMW's Kurma, but of course he was all by his lonesome against the 3-man army of course, Magnus Esports, or rather make it 2 because Knight was brought down. But Ayo, nevertheless, a really interesting and a very fanned out and a very spread out game is what the Sanhok turned out to be, where so many teams were left with just 2 players surviving, with just 1 player surviving, and they still extended themselves for such a long time.
Well, they certainly did. In fact, I'll say the sudden shift of the circle that went in the favor of TMW and Magnus kind of worked in their favor, because that is when 3X and all the teams in the southern side have to go for the longer rotation. But in the end, it was Magnus who came on the top with a winner chicken dinner.
Well, along with that, of course, we will stick around. We're going to go on a short little break. 3 games, 3 matches still do remain for the day. We'll be right back right after this short little break.
It's a bang.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is the Pakistan region where indeed the Pro League, the PMPL Pro League 2022 fixes. This is turning on to a chaotic mess on just day number 2. 2 games done, mate. But along with that, of course, it is a huge thanks to Oppo. The F21 Pro action continues right here because the aggressive smartphone that it is, well, that dominating force that it is definitely being showcased right here in this Pakistan region. Along with that, of course, we're joined in with Fixes to take us through the analysis as well as the cast for the upcoming game. Dude, how are you doing first of all? And what are your anticipations from this game? This was just a chaotic one on Sanhok once again.
Yeah, I was just hitting arms in the gym and I just returned back to see all these amazing teams just battling it out. And Magnus, it was sort of inevitable, right? Yesterday, the way they were playing, we've been talking about this team. 52 Rage, they split apart. Rage goes to Magnus, and here are the performance that we've been long waiting for. And Finisher, he's one of those players we did see, one of the defending champions to come back in. And it was bound for him to perform. And there you have it, 7 eliminations in the Sanhok game. TUF almost had it out, got the second chicken in Sanhok, but it was Magnus all along.
Absolutely. The way they were controlled, I was so spellbound. But the way they controlled the zone altogether from the edges, it was just brilliant and beautiful to watch. But as we look at the top players and the players in focus, we do, of course, have to mention I8's players as well. Ghost and Blade, the two-man army that they were able to slowly but surely push on to get a lot going for the players, for themselves, for the team of themselves as well. But on the other end, as we do have, of course, Edgar as well, TUF. Now, TUF, yeah, they played it smartly, but that was only till the time the zone ended up walking away from them.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, how the circle was forming out, I8, we've been talking about them, right? They've been consistent ever since they got that final chicken dinner, and they've never looked behind. And as we move on forward, we take a look at the match ranking over here. Now, this is where things really get interesting. TUF, again, a #2. They did manage to get those 16 points, but Magnus, this 28 is definitely going to propel them higher upwards in the order. But talking about I8, they've also been playing really well. But what's really important and what really needs to be brought up to the audience over here is TmwEsports, a team that was not performing that well in the first day, have finally managed to recover, have finally managed to get those 15 points. And now they are also in the contention of making it at the top 12.
Absolutely, they definitely are, and that is exactly what we are waiting for and rooting for as well, because after all, the way this format has changed this time around, right? You want to be a part of that top 12, especially by the end of day 5, or rather at the end of game number 4 on day 5, because that game 6 rather is going to be the one that will be played on Livik, and only top 12 teams are going to be able to participate in that. And of course, I kind of jumbled along and brain freeze along in there, Frixes. Just repeat and explain a little bit better as to what I was going to say there.
Of course, we do have that Livik matchup, that bonus match being played on the final day, right? And that is where only the top 12 teams, they get a chance to participate. And well, I mean, to be honest, with the way things have been going, I guess, getting those, this format really has us all the time on our foot, right? All the time geared up, charged to get that chicken dinner, because if you are on top by the end of every single week, you've got that major buff coming in, that buffer that we've been talking about, those bonus points that really comes handy during the grand final.
Absolutely, and it is critical as well, because that bonus that it provides you automatically leaps you forward, right? If the game is going on perfectly for you in those bonus matches, automatically when you move on into the grand finals, you've got a massive lead. But talking about the lead that was created right here in this game from Magnus's side, well, yes, TUF tried their level best, but Magnus, they were all over it, and they definitely converted it in style with 13 finishes for themselves, and along with, of course, the chicken dinner, 15 points, a perfect swift approach from Magnus. But again, every single time they jump into Sanhok, they are a little slow, Fixes. I won't lie, they are a little slow. I think it's already set in stone for them, or rather there's been a communication that this is one map that we are not going to be over-exaggerating ourselves, because once you do, for a fact, not from 3 or 4 angles, from 6 to 8 angles, you're going to be shot on upon from Sanhok, on Sanhok.
And they've sort of figured it out, right? Every team has their own niche, their own map that they really thrive upon. And for Magnus, it could just be Sanhok this time around. could be a good start. But I think more than Magnus, I really believe TUF has been one of those teams that has been playing quite consistently. Yesterday did manage to get the chicken dinner. Today also managed to get that hashtag too. So they are definitely headed in the right direction. And we were talking about Magnus, right? It was so important for them to again get themselves back into the race. But R3D Esports, as we take a look, well, surely building that way, building that lead high up in the order. Team TUF, of course, still in the race, but after that top 3, we do feel that segregation setting in instantly. The Faulty Devils, they did manage to have 2 good games yesterday, but it was just that one chicken dinner, the other one going really close towards that final, game. But T20 Esports, Blotter, I mean, they aren't too shabby, but
no,
again,
definitely
kind
not.
of the history that they come up with, you would want to see them in the top 3 at the bare minimum.
Definitely, and do a lot better as well in terms of the way that the fights have been going for T20 QWERTY. It's been ups and downs actually. Some of them they're able to accumulate perfect points and get that synergistic approach, and then some of them they just completely lackluster. 3x on the other hand, they are definitely taking it one fight at a time, and that is what is working for 3x's approach, and definitely therefore they find themselves on that first page right there. But moving on to the second page, now this is a downfall. Freestyle, of course, not having the start that they anticipated. Team BABLU not having a good day, in fact, altogether as well. If we talk about the games, they're just being caught out again and again. But again, there will still be, this is just day 2, so there'll still be an opportunity for a comeback. But talking about comebacks, look at TmwEsports. 6 positions jump. They were sitting on the 20th position when the day started off. They're on the 6th position now, so a big jump that definitely is.
Yeah, indeed. Now, talking about Team BABLU, I think this is one of those teams that has been going really aggressive right at the face of the enemies from the very start. I think multiple occasions we did witness even in the first game of Miramar, where they were not really shying away from taking fights. But that is something that's kind of being their Achilles heels, right?
Yes.
They face some casualty now and then, and it's just Teen Wolf who tends to survive towards the very end. And you would never want to have your odds stacked up on just one player. Rather have rather opt for a more I8 approach where you focus on the circle a lot. You play around it. Do not engage in unnecessary fights, because they started off with a bang, but slowly but surely they're kind of losing that edge that they had, right? The fear that they had really set in. As ladies and gentlemen, we take a look at the schedule in front of us, and it is going to be the map of Miramar again this time. And this time we do not have teams from Group C partaking. So R3D Esports, Quantum Rage, Team Faulty Devil, Quraysh Esports, they're going to be sitting this one out. And we know, for I8, this is one of the strongest maps. And for the other teams, a good chance to really recover some points, especially for the likes of maybe Magnus or TUF to still try and put up a fight for that first position.
Absolutely, that's going to be so very important for them to be able to just utilize this opportunity when you don't have the likes of I8 and of course the others who are not going to be performing in this or participating in this upcoming match number 3 of the day. So yeah, it is going to be important, but at the same point of time, it is the map of Miramar, so it is going to be a very fanned out approach that we're anticipating from them. Freestyle did not have a good game today, so I'm anticipating their comeback and resurgence as well. But overall, all right, once again, we go back to that prediction scenario fixes. What team do you think, mate, could walk away with this upcoming chicken dinner?
For me, right now, I would really want QWERTY T20 to, pick up a chicken this time. They really need to have themselves at least in the race. Get those 20-25 points, get themselves into the mix at least of the top 4, if not the top 3. Because, again, we've been talking about it.
100%.
Being one of those teams that does have the potential, and Miramar has always been their strong suit. Now, talking about strong suit, Lakshay, who are you going for?
I want to be able to see the grounders actually this time around be able to convert the game for themselves. Yesterday we saw them get very close, but yet were stuck out. And again, the way that they were able to communicate and the way that they were able to get those games converted for themselves, the grounders have the potential definitely and should be able to get the chicken dinner. But we shall see. We shall definitely see. Along with that, of course, the flight path going to be on our screens as the game is live. We're going to be starting all the way from the northwestern approach this time around. Once again, dissecting the map in pretty much equal halves, but once again, it'll all be based on where is that zone going to be taking these teams, which side, because till now, Fixes, we've seen, I believe, majorly we've seen eastern-based zones.
Yeah. And yesterday, even in the first game of Miramar, if you could recollect, it was TUF that was absolutely tromping through the lobby, and suddenly, out of nowhere, North Esports just being very vigilant, very calm, managed to get on the better side of things. They did get that chicken dinner for themselves, as now again. We do have that, beautiful pattern, right, every single time. So this time, maybe in an Eastern one, I don't mind, Lakshay.
Again, that was a steal, mate. That was a bad steal from North Esports. The way they just completely... The momentum was all in TUF's favor. They were going through all the rut and rain and ups and downs. And then comes in North Esports that, all right, hamara bhi pehla game hai, and we'll just take the chicken dinner by storm. And just like that, walked away with the chicken dinner and 7 finish points. So, yeah, you definitely are on point on there that it is the game of unexpected in the battleground. And... it could very well be the case by the time we reach at the end, but all right, now this I'm liking. This kind of a zone is much to my liking because it changes the scenario and the pace of the game a little bit. It could very well go down towards lostliness, where I would love for it to be gone. Okay. But it seems like a little bit of a... all right, never mind. Kafafala, I thought could be the place, could take place, but TUF have already gotten their vehicles and they are running away from this position.
I think for Team BABLU, they would want to take a little bit of a longer glide, and Dani just decides against it, and that sort of breaks my heart, Again, for all the understandable reasons. It's the deserts. It's not the mountains where you can enjoy that cold breeze right at your face. It is 50 degrees in the summers, and I could really feel the next moment he would have been flying around, could have just fallen down from his parachute, and dehydration, could be anything. Could be anything at the very least. But for Team BABLU, I think they've made a few changes. They directly want to go around maybe the Los Leones area, because we do understand that Team I8 is not in the lobby, and that is supposedly to be their home. Where North Esports, they're already heading in and would have control over the entire city.
Absolutely. Now, I8 not being there, BABLU definitely changing the pace. In fact, they've changed the pace thrice already. Yesterday, we saw them along with the same flight path go down towards the prison island. Today, the same flight path ended up them going towards the La Cabrera area towards the northern side. Now, pretty much the same angled flight path, and they've decided to go towards Los Leones. So it seems like Team BABLU are definitely experimenting in terms of the approach that they bring into the table. But overall, it'll be based on the result. The result is what will dictate the answer. And it seems like the two-man split is what they're going to be going for, at least for now, to be able to get a better understanding of the entire area that they're in, and if at all teams are spread out thin or they're all over the place or not. And that's exactly where we do see Zibyan and his teammate just in the buggy making a lot of rotation and a lot of noise towards that entire squad. But they are getting closer and closer and getting into the vicinity of NES. Okay, now this could turn into a big fiasco, because the first thing that Team BABLU did is that they completely went for the vehicle and then made a rush. Now, making that rush will give you the advantage of getting to know where your opponents are or dropping down. But at the same point in time, will take away the advantage of you not having a gun. And that is where Zibyan, we can see, is falling back a little bit, having left Teen Wolf up there to just keep a keen eye out, which again is lovely. Now, that is the kind of strategies that experienced teams always will provide as a learner.
At this point, Blotter, I was kind of wondering if this is really going to turn out well for Team BABLU, because they're just banking upon the information that, well, there's no one around in the Los Leones area. They're just going to go with a blind eye, or maybe not, because if they decided to retreat, they might have some information. But from this particular approach, I think they've learned from their mistakes that they've been making from the couple of games that they've been playing, right? Engage in a lot of fights. And that is their way to go. And that is something that I would really not question. But now making those little subtle adjustments where you kind of decide to go a little bit passive, to go a little bit more careful with your approach, stay around the center of the circle, have that high ground. And that is definitely going to propel themselves, right? That is definitely going to get themselves that #1 that they were searching out for so long. Because, in terms of delivering, in terms of taking fights, we know they've got that firepower. But this game is just not about, getting a lot of eliminations. It is also about how you position yourselves. And that is something that BABLU has been missing. So let's see what happens as we go on. As Team QWERTY, I mean, this is one of those teams that have always been in the thick and the thin of things, but haven't really showed up the way we really want them to perform.
True, definitely. I mean, for the side of T20 Quarry, it has been a lot of ups and downs. Again, it's only been a few games. This is just day number 2, but still, the anticipation, the expectations that were there have definitely dwindled down a little bit based on the performance that they have been providing. But at the same point of time, nothing taken away from them because it's just day number 2. At the same point of time, now we were talking about how BABLU had approached. They have found themselves pretty much in the center of the zone, away from Los Leones. Might we mention, viewers, at the same point of time, 52x Rage are making a very extensive rotation all the way from the northwestern side towards the trailer park, which is again from the ruins area, my apologies, which is again a area which I love. But yeah, if the zone is not favoring you, that will take away a lot of time by just making that rotation. And thankfully they've decided to do so right now in the first zone itself. But at the same point of time, there are still a few of those teams that are rooting for the late rotation. So the early aggressive stance that was anticipated right here on the map of Miramar has not taken place. The first blood situation, the first elimination itself has not yet taken place in the 7-minute mark of this game, as the teams have slowly but surely found themselves getting closer and closer towards the zone.
I mean, you literally took the word away from my mouth. I was just about to get there, and it's rather surprising, right? All these teams haven't really gotten into the bloodbath, haven't really gone out at each other. It's all about those rotations right now. When the first day was all about taking those beautiful fights right from the very start, now teams are focusing a lot on the terrain, right? Adjusting themselves, getting themselves into good position. Which means one thing, right? The end circles. The moment we hit that 5th circle coming up, there's not going to be a time for us to breathe. And taking a look at how teams are positioned, of course, 3x has control over Picado. We do have TmW right at the heart of the map. And even for the likes of Team FS, who've been on a kind of a steady decline. And we've seen on multiple occasions, them being the first team to get knocked out. Does have a lot of potential, especially when you've got a player like Malik in your team, and even Wasi, because the last time around he comes in and he was sort of considered as the prodigal talent that Pakistan had to offer, and he's been doing that. He's been, I must say, decent, but still not kicking it like the way you would want him to, right? Still did not set in like something like what Gravity did when he came in for QWERTY last time. Took a little bit of time, but once he got in himself, he was doing really well. Something which Wasi hasn't really performed the same likes of.
Absolutely. There is a little bit of a difference now. I'm just wondering if it is just, the tournament starting, the league starting, so maybe they're taking a little bit of a understanding, because Team QWERTY, like you were mentioning, not doing so good. From the side of course, the team that we were just mentioning as well, it is a bit of a tricky situation to talk about because the players are experienced. I mean, along with that, Mom2 also is another player that I would like to mention, who we have seen some incredible plays from. But it is all boiled down to how is your mindset based and what exactly are you planning, because this time around the strategies need to change, and that is what we are looking at from these really well-known teams as well. But again, I guess all of it will boil down to how that 5th day turns out to be for these teams and how that 6th game turns out to be for these teams, because that is what the entire fiasco is running towards. Because week 2 onwards, once again, these points are going to be reset, but those bonus points will remain. So those become the critical agenda, the priority that these teams should be focusing themselves towards.
And now it's sort of a standstill, right? Like we've been talking about it. Everyone just focusing on getting their loot done. And I think 3x have sort of been very surprising for me with the way they've been playing. Because, I think Tyrant's one of those players that we have seen in BABLU. I'm not sure if he's the same one. If people watching in the chat could confirm that for us, that would be really amazing. But yeah, I think for a team like 3x Esports, I think they had a little bit of a shaky start, but eventually they sort of settled themselves into the game, right? They were not shying away from fights. We did see them, battling it out and go at the heart of their enemies and get as much result as they possibly could. But Team Magnus, I mean, we've got to talk about them, right? They've been so impressive. Again, the history behind this entire team. Magnus had a different roster than 52x Rage. We do know what happens. Esports split up. Then two of the players come in, create a new roster, and they've found their way in. You've got the likes of Finisher, who apparently has been playing on a whole different level. But in a little wee while, we're gonna have that circle forming right in front of us, and that is going to let us know as to where the next direction, next course of path these teams are gonna be taking. Because honestly, Lakshay, I think it's been the longest, right? Almost 11 minutes in. I don't think I've even heard a single bullet shot in the lobby.
True. Absolutely. This is 64 players still surviving. All the 16 teams still here, and none of them have been able to even get close to each other because, well, they know what is on the stake, right? They know what is on the line, and that is what they want to be working towards from day one itself. Well, day two onwards itself. Day one was all kerfuffle to be able to get yourself warmed up against the opponent teams, and now it's about those brain plays. And those brainy plays, well, they'll only run thus far, right? Because this is the map of Miramar. This is normal. 11 minutes, 12 minutes marker is where we know teams are going to get closer and closer based on the zone. And then finally, they will start getting a little bit more anxious as to where are they going to be placed, where can they be shot from, what angles do they want to be keeping in check of, what compound do they even want to control or not, as we clearly do have the grounders making their way towards 52 Esports says Hassan OP. Now Hassan OP not looking too good in terms of the way that he set up all by his lonesome, but at the same point of time his backup is there, and that cover fire, oh wow, now this is mind plays from the side of grounder Shaftar as well, because he knew as he was making that run towards that compound that the players are very well equipped over there, and that cover fire was ready from 52 Esports' players. But overall, Hassan OP is still left all by his lonesome, and of course the back end is going to be covered by the rest two players, which is Sensei, who's still in the vehicle at the compound at the rear.
Now, talking about this particular fight, I think 52 X-Rage were in a really good contention, and indeed they're going for the push. And that was really fast. That Hassan, before getting that second, does get it for himself as well. And this sudden burst of aggression is something that we really did not anticipate, right? The grounders were just, complacent about the fact, I think, we did fend their enemies off. But I think it was the read on 52 Esports that, the very fact that they were split apart from each other, they could just isolate and go in for the eliminations. And that is exactly what they did over here in this particular situation. I mean, Hassan, I've got to give creds to the cojones on this lad, absolutely being fearless, just going in, and you did pick up the grounders, and it seems like they might get grounded pretty soon.
Wow, that was such a baity tactic that worked out perfectly in their favor. Indeed, it did. And with that, the zone has also moved on across, as we do have 3x Esports on our screens towards the Picardo region, taking on shots against Qwerty. Now again, this is what we were talking about earlier, Fixes. Qwerty, we've never seen them under pressure perform like this. Now Qwerty is very spread out thin at this point in time. They are getting individualized from the players of 3x right now, and that is something that was unheard of to Qwerty's approach. But again, that is what we're looking at on the other side. We do have a third party approach from the grounders Sensei against the players of 52 Esports, but 52 Esports' work over there is done. They've been able to rack up a few numbers. That is going to be 2 defeat points against the players of the grounders, and now they'll fall back into their own cocoon, which is going to be their compound.
Yeah, I mean, considering how the zone has really panned out, I think the players of TUF, they're in a really good position. And 52 Esports, they were just moving around. And like you mentioned, Qwerty, even for Khan. Now, this has been one of those underlining problems that they really need to resolve. Going up for splits, yes, we know you would want it for information, but it comes at a price. The moment you get knocked out, especially when you're traversing around, also comes with the fact that we barely saw any fight happening in the start of the game, because they did not really have the room and space to breathe over there. But here we have the boys from R3D Esports trying to, assault on the players of Team Star. Now Thug does have that beautiful high ground advantage. It is all about that one grenade connecting, all about that one knock that sort of gives them that opening. Now the big question is, do they want it enough? Is it objectively viable for them? Because accordingly they're gonna make those decisions, and looks like T20 Qwerty are up for a beating, and both of our picks have, I think, been thrown out of the window, and guess the caster's curse is again so real.
This is tough. This is tough to witness, to be honest. But on the other front, as we go back to your conversation, Triple Esports. Now, Rex had already thrown a grenade on towards the compound of Team Star, but we'll come back to that as Metershot Sky are in a little bit of trouble of their own as Ash himself is getting pounced on upon from the players of FS. Now, freestyle. This is the kind of play that was anticipated from them. Malik by Lonesome is going to be pushing on along with his teammate to get that point for themselves. 2 defeat points will be converted for them right here, right now. But it seems like Malik was a little too overextensive over there. He saw the player Halsey, but again did not keep himself in the cover. And in doing so, of course, Ash was able to give that perfect backfire. And in doing all of that, Ash will now be able to get that time to be able to at least if nothing else, give a little bit of a cover fire or maybe get that revival story going on. But FS, now, they need these points. They need to convert this spray into a kill. Mom2 will definitely do so easily. And what a perfect outing this was, as they are going to be eliminating right now.
Yeah, I mean, freestyle finally getting back into the senses, right? Now, this is what I've been talking about. They've been so sound with their 4v4s. It's usually the rotations that can get caught off in. And Metershot Sky, they did not have the best of positions to fight or engage in that particular battle. Maybe it was the lack of information that led to their downfall, but we do have another fight going amongst us. Of course, North Esports, the winners of the first chicken dinner in Miramar yesterday, now find themselves a little bit of a pickle because now it is Maxi being surrounded from every possible direction, just getting hammered down. In the meanwhile, Danny and Teen Wolf, they're down on the ground. But the revivals are already on. The smokes have been deployed. Pan is the one who is trying to hold on to the fort. And in the meanwhile, trying to get towards his captain. That is Teen Wolf, who wants to get that revive. But with Roshan closing in so very quickly, it's going to be such a tedious task. Oh, he has him spotted out. Roshan does take some damage, but will be enough maybe to take him down. But no, from elsewhere, it is going to be Psycho who eventually puts him out. And this is the chaos. This is the Naki that we were talking about finally coming into play.
North Esports, they were overextended a bit too much to be a part of this pit, and in doing so, they've fallen into the pit by themselves as they are left with just a one-man army. From the backlines, it was Triple Esports' Psycho. Right in front, of course, they tried their level best to bring down BABLU, but overall, the aggressive stance that they tried to take has a little bit gone against them. And of course, in all of that, we go back towards the team that we were talking about, TUF, who are in form. As of now, they've not been able to accumulate any defeat point, but they are definitely keeping a keen edge towards, of course, the western front of this zone. They're still left with 14 teams as of now. The information is being relayed from the side of TUF's players, and BABLU's fan, well, he is in an all-out stance where he wants to dominate against the players of R3D, and that in turn will probably result in them walking away with at least one more point, one more elimination point should be converted right here for Team BABLU.
It should be. Zibyan finding out what has been knocked out. He'll get the finish. And Team BABLU, now they're looking so sound. You know, they have recovered, they have got all their 4 players up and running, and now they're on the edges. And this is somewhere I think they kind of comfortable, right? They're just waiting for the next shift. 2 teams have already been eliminated, Regicide and Metershot Sky. And the grounders, one after the other, they're just trying to fall down and falter away. But Team DOD, they've made their presence felt a lot, right? Being the saving graces for Team BABLU. But suddenly, could just turn into bitter rivals because I think they're all aiming at each other at this very moment.
You know, honestly, Triple Esports, the way they started yesterday, I was very much doubtful of the way that they were playing. But then as the day came to an end and the way they were able to pick up the pace, and today also, the way DOD Triple Esports is playing, it is definitely commendable. And I'm loving that third-party approach that they are bringing on the map of Miramar again and again, and the read that they're bringing to the table. But along with that, the zone moves on ahead towards the side of TUF. TUF looking very comfortable. A 2-man split is what we've got from TUF, but TUF, if they're able to Joker Sir along with his teammate, if they're able to get away from H2E, this game could be theirs.
There you go. And T20 QWERTY bite the dust, but TUF, they've been looking solid as ever. I think this is the best so far we've seen from TUF in this particular tournament at this time, right? The way they've been starting things off, being one of the major contenders, because otherwise in the previous iterations we've seen, you know, they're a known team, they've been there from the very start, but haven't really delivered the way they were supposed to, or the potential. Finally, there has been some sort of a revelation. Love to get in touch with the players and ask what have they really changed? Because this is a whole different TUF, and we're loving every bit of that. In the meanwhile, TMW do realize that they have to get inside the circle, building some space, getting some information as to where they need to go. But this is the moment where we're going to see all the fights breaking out, as now Freestyle find themselves in the mix. There are two teams right in front of them. They can get a few finishes out of the players of Team Star, but they know that DOD is right in front of their faces as they decide to back out. Maybe shots are being taken at their direction, and is Malik gonna make it out alive? The answer is gonna be no, as again, one good squad fight, 4 finishes, but that's just about it for them.
That is it. That's going to be the end of it. But along with that, I was just looking at the map, and it is going to be, well, never mind the map. I'll come back to that. As TmwEsports, they're still not yet done. They still want to be able to convert a lot many more points, and in doing so, we move on to his Magnus Esports, who have taken shots against Team Star. Now, Team Star still do have 2 players surviving against the 4-man army of course Magnus, who are spread out. Now, this is something that I'm loving from the side of Magnus. The way Drollin, of course, along with his teammate, is able to just push on ahead faster, and Drollin, they are just always there. But TmwEsports, why do you always have to jump in and be the stealer? This team is going to be definitely stealing a chicken, and I know for a fact, not this one, but in this tournament, they definitely will. The way that they play is just out of the blue. Nobody can expect, but they'll always be there.
You know, I'm loving what they're doing at this moment, right? Because, to be honest, they've been playing around the edges. They've been engaging in a lot of battles. They've managed to keep all their comrades alive. One has definitely fallen down, but hopefully he's going to get that revive. And in turn, also making sure that nobody gets closer to them. Trollin, he's been dealt with. Hug lobs out yet another Molotov, fast trying to make that rotation in. And will he make it out alive? He does indeed. Magnus have definitely closed in the gaps, but this puts Thug in a very good position. Had he had a few good grenades, Magnus could have just blown into smithereens. As Virus spotting out Danny. Danny's taking quite a lot of damage, and I'm starting to wonder if he can even survive that. And as we were speaking, right? Knight, he's done it for his team. Magnus now decide to push in. Hunter right in front of him, as Faster needs to get repositioned in this very important battle.
Absolutely, as we do have Finisher just setting up that nade and going to be cooking it up all the way to perfection to bring in a lot of damage. Oh, never mind, it's a Molotov, and that Molotov will be burning down the players of DOD. Psycho left while all Hunter, his teammate, but will these two man, will they be able to do anything with just 1 meter away? These two players, Faster going up against Hunter. Hunter is going to be able to bring him down, but Knight in the background is going to be just sliver of HP left, bringing down the respect that the team of Magnus needs all by his lonesome. And in doing so, of course, Finisher is left. Knight is going to be definitely cooking up his last first aid and going to be using that, and along with that, Faster is going to be given that revival as well. So Magnus, a perfect approach is what that was. Jordan definitely was lost to the cause, but overall in this entire saga, now we are left with these teams up on our screens. Magnus, TMW, TUF, BABLU, all looking very good. But who will be the one who will reign in supreme? And in all of that, we also do have R3D's one final player who could be the X factor from the south.
He certainly can be, but you know, it has this game has TUF written all over it. Ideally, if they make no mistakes, I mean, they've got the best position inside the circle. All they need to do is just keep every enemy at the bay, not let anyone get inside the circle, not get anyone even to closer proximities to them, and that would just work out. Look at them, just all over the place. TMW, the final player surviving for them. Hayan, how long is he going to survive? That's a big question, but TUF, they're aware that there's someone in there hiding, and there goes that grenade. And if it lands into perfection, a little overcooked, I must say, but they're gonna now make it up with 2 of their own, and that is pretty much what Hayan would be not really wanting at this moment, but still somehow manages to survive, as now Team BABLU find themselves in the mix against Team Magnus, who have been playing phenomenally well. Another grenade just goes out, Knight somehow dodging it, and Team Magnus, if they get this is going to be a back-to-back chicken dinner for them.
Oh, it definitely could be, but on the backlines, we still do have TUF slowly approaching now. TUF's troubles have been taken care of by Magnus in the name of BABLU going down to just a 1-man army. No, my apologies, a 2-man approach from their side, as Zabian is so very close. But now, Zebian's last nade, if that was caught on from Magnus's players, then Zebian is in massive trouble. But it seems like that is not the case as of yet, as the players of Magnus are apparently falling back a little bit. Fan going to be another man who's surviving for the side of BABLU, and Zebian, he was out in the open, and it seems like Magnus is faster, is going to be able to deliver that blow and punch that was needed. Now that makes things that much more easier for TUF to push on along and get this game for themselves. But still, Magnus is a very massive threat, and the momentum that Magnus is pushing on along with, the conversion and the communication that they push on along with, is so very much on point. Whereas TUF, they are very much in a line on that mountain, whereas Magnus is spread out. And that communication that I've seen again and again between Knight and Fastro and Roland, it is so on point that those flank angles that they cover, if it works out, it could be, well, it could be Magnus's game. But as soon as the camera panned out, I was just remembered that, all right, BABLU's pan is still there. The X Factor could very well take this game away from both of these teams.
And we have seen surprises happen, right? But
Exactly.
Ayan just falling down to the play zone. Couldn't take the wrath of it. Of course, deals a massive amount of damage, but Magnus do have the blessings of the circle. TUF, they know they've got a momentous task right ahead of them. Look at the players of Magnus putting well apart, right? And this is what we've been talking about, you know, could be that poking pawn. And this is exactly that opening that Team Magnus needed. But Thor, he's going to create all that difference, because I believe Knight is unaware of his whereabouts. And if he can get maybe one or maybe two, could cut off the flank, that could be it. But Joker, sir, not at the best of HPs, but needs to get that grenade going in, will eventually get taken down by Finisher, or maybe not, just jiggling around. And oh, on Lord, how did he do that? As Joker going in for the pad, but does not really matter, as Magnus, ladies and gentlemen, have gotten a back-to-back for themselves, instantly taking them upward at the #2 position. What a beautiful game coming in from these lads. I really expected a lot out of Thor in that situation, but it was Pan. You have to say it was Pan, because the kind of damage he dished out, well, TUF did just flip apart.
What an incredible performance this was from Magnus. And yeah, you're so right. Ban made it all happen, but again, TUF still had the opportunity. TUF still could have, should have, but just a sliver of HP, and that is how Magnus was able to retaliate and just completely steal the game away, even though the numbers advantage were in favor of TUF. Yeah, that is what this team is. That is what they do. That is what they are. We put them in the pressure, and again, we saw that fanned out approach. That is what I'm just in love with. The way Magnus approaches those sort of opportunities. Such a brilliant play. Such a brilliant mind play.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be pushing for a short little break. Right back. You don't go anywhere. Of course, the winner have your chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. This match, of course, was powered by Oppo and the entire tournament, and the PUBG Mobile Esports official smartphone sponsor in Pakistan. I mean, I have had my hands on this device. As sexy as it looks, it delivers on its performance as well. But talking about sexy things, Shadow, well, the match was so amazing. It went down to the wire. And it feels like it's, you know, deja vu happening all again. TUF, the ghosts of their recent past. Yesterday also we saw they were kind of in a good position. They were dominating the game, and it was North Esports. This time also, they were in a really good position, had all 4 of their players alive just to get that #2.
Well, certainly. In fact, when the day started, me and Blotter were having this conversation only which team is going to give a competition to the top 2 teams.
Right.
And we have our answers as Team Magnus But right now it's a time for the MVP, and it is going to be Knight from none other than Magnus Esports with 6 elimination and 400 plus damage. This lad was playing it to the perfection. Well, whatever was required, he was doing it that.
Oh, he certainly was. I mean, Knight, yesterday also we did witness, in few moments he really was the shining element for his team. This time around, he was on the forefront of things, delivering. And 6 elimination is no small joke. And he made it count, right? With just 466 points of damage. He was clinical, I must say. But as we take a look at the top players, I think even Joker, towards the end, where a moment I really felt he might whiff with that grenade, but somehow was just dancing. It felt like, two people were just doing tang, it were onto some samba or something. But eventually, Joker did come out on top, did run out of ammunition, or maybe did not have enough time to reload, just went on his span to go out swinging. But did not favor him, that situation. Hence, Magnus Esports did manage to get a chicken dinner, but TmW, Shadow, they've also been really consistent, and BABLU finally find those important position points that they were looking out for so long.
Well, certainly 10 placement points is something Team BABLU needs, and elimination points are something they always get. It doesn't matter which position they are taking an exit, they always have elimination points in their hands, but placement points are definitely going to help them in the overall leaderboard. Triple Esports is a team that has been impressing me. They have been dishing out a lot of damage, but this time they have 7 elimination points, but placement points is something they also need to work on. 9 total points to their name, a good performance, but on the bottom we have R3G is also there, North Esports and Grounders also. They are on the bottom of the standings right now.
Oh yeah, I mean the Grounders, they still need to find some ground for themselves. Earlier on, I think they were just played by the players of 52 Esports, because the boys from 52 had that higher ground for themselves. What really went wrong for the Grounders was they were kind of split apart, and they did not really anticipate the move coming in right at their faces. Just Hassan goes in and gets not just 1 but 2 finishes for himself, and that was it. The Grounders were just shook, were trembling. But at the same time, even for the likes of T20 QWERTY, I mean, a team that I was really rooting out for in this game, I really thought that Miramar has always been Khan's thing. It has always been his favorite map, but there was not the case this time around. As ladies and gentlemen, we take a look at the damage graph, and I always have been saying this out loud. TUF, they might be the most dominating team, might have the best position, but somehow something has got to do with Lady Luck really not favoring them towards the end.
But 7 elimination points, I'll say they have done enough. But yes, Magnus Esports with 1600 damage, having 14 elimination points, a good performance coming in from their side. But Team BABLU, again, 1200 plus damage that they were dishing out, but only 4 elimination points. That means they were not able to convert all the knocks into the finishes or the eliminations. But in the overall ranking, it is still I8 Esports who are on the top of the leaderboard. And yes, they have crossed the 100 mark, and so are the players of Team Magnus Esports, 105 points and sitting on the 2nd position.
But bear in mind, Shadow, that I8 still have 1 extra games buffer, right?
Yeah.
They're going to be back in the action right now. Next map is going to be Erangel. But for the other teams, Team BABLU has, there you go, that one good game, and suddenly 8 position jump is what they had for themselves. And this is exactly what we want from Team BABLU. We know they can fight. We know they can get those eliminations. But what they needed much more was those placement points. TmW, they are definitely on a good recovery, if not the best of elimination points, but the position points that they've been garnering for themselves for quite some time is helping them. Now just merely 3 points remain from that is separating them from Quantum Rage, and we know how important it is to be in that top 12 by the end, because you get to play that 1 extra match. The bonus points do come into handy, especially when you're qualifying for the grand finals. And once you're in the grand finals, those extra buffer points that we've been talking about also gives you that extra bit of a life. But taking a look at the schedule in front of us, it is the map of Erangel we're talking about, and this time we do have teams from Group B that are going to be sitting this one out. So if you talk about Group B, then the big guns, TUF, QWERTY, Star, and TmwEsports, they're gonna be having to just have the snacks or the dinner or whatever it is they want, or they just could just watch the match, because now Group C, they're going to be coming into action. Now, Shadow, coming in, before we head into the map, who do you think is going to win this game?
The way I8 Esports have been playing, yes, they have a chance of winning because they were sitting out in the previous game. Now they are coming. They already have a little bit more read onto their opponents. But I still want the players of team, I'll say 52 Esports, to step up because I was having very high expectation. But up until now, they have failed to make an impact.
Yeah, I think we've only seen those early on fights from their side, right? It's those moments that they flourish in, and this time the Miramar game was quite contradicting to what we really think of Miramar in Pakistan, where we have so many fights breaking down right from the very get-go. But this was not the case this time around. I mean, it was almost 12 minutes when we had those first shots being fired, and I think it was that fight only. 52 Esports just going after the grounders, and that is where we saw a few knocks here and there, but that was pretty much it. It was a very slow game of Miramar considering Pakistan standards. Had it been South Asia, we know they play a lot more slower. You won't get to see hear any gun sounds, any fights, at least till the 15th or the 16th minute. But that has always been the flavor of Pakistan. You know, it's aggression right in, right out. But this is where teams are also understanding the fact that they need to start taking fights, they need to engage in battles, need to just go in, go all out hammering, but at the same time understand that those hashtag ones really do matter. It is not those long past days where it was all about staying in the top 2, top 3, just qualify for the grand finals and then we will see. But now you have to be consistent every time around.
Yeah, certainly. You have to be consistent because consistency is the key if you want to go for the extra bonus map that is going to be played on day number 5, that Leavik map, because that bonus points are going to help you in the coming week as well.
Yeah.
So main target is you should be in the top 12. Instead of leaving things at the 11th hour, better beat the consistent one and stay in the top 5 from the very first day, like I8 Esports, TOF are doing, and the way Magnus are also playing. In fact, Magnus in day number 1, day number 2, they had only 2 bad games. Otherwise, they are also consistent. They are also having good performance in their hands. But the team that is trying very hard are Triple Esports. The way they are picking up fights, dishing out the damage every single time. They're dishing out a lot of damage, but they are not able to convert that damage into the elimination. That is where they are lacking, I think.
I think Triple Esports had their fair share of moments of glory, right? Throughout the game, tail Magnus hit right at their faces. And I really felt they could have done much more better, especially if they had a few more grenades, right? They were in the perfect position. They should have never let Magnus really cross over that area. The vehicles at least should have taken one more down, because I think they did manage to deal with Drollin, but that was just about it. They could not get more. And in that moment, I think it was Magnus that decided to fire upon. They had those utility. They went on with those grenades. They went on with those Molotovs, just burning Dave into crisp. But enough talking about. Let's just head into the game, because the map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, is live for you guys as we take it up to the skies. This time it is going to be the flight path trajectory from that southern side and all the way from Novo Ripnoi towards Siverny. Now, Shadow, predict where the circle is going to head out.
Oh, let's hope for a Yasna circle, because the open fields on the southern side of Yasna are always fun to watch out, because the teams having maximum number of the vehicles. Finding hard cover in those open fields itself is a very big challenge, because there are no compounds, nothing at all. So I hope it's a Yasna circle.
You hope it's a Yasnaya circle. I mean, we've been having a few of those first initial circles where we do have Yasnaya in the mix, but as things go on, things really get exciting and interesting, because if you remember the final game yesterday where I managed to get that back-to-back with that 14 elimination game, the circle was somewhere around that northwestern side of Yasnaya. It went towards that northern side, and they really had a great time. And this is what I've been talking about, right? This is one of those teams that no matter what, no matter where they drop, they somehow figured to get inside the zone. And for now, I mean, we'll have to see where the circle really forms. With bated breaths, we do wait for the zone as we shake our wands, swoosh, and whoa, it is a hardcore military circle, Shadow. And this is something that I think none of us really anticipated, because it's going to heavily favor the likes of I8 and Metershot Sky. But from my stint at commentating this beautiful game, I have always seen the team that drops out down south or drops towards the military base, they do not really win those certain circle games. I don't know why, but there is this curse always happening.
Agree with that, because it's always a team that have a drop location military base never wins in the southern circle. Maybe it's a momentum also, because they are way too comfortable. They get too comfortable, in fact, that all the other teams who are fighting their way inside the circle, they are still on the aggressive stance. But the team in the military base, they are way too comfortable. They are not picking any fight. But when it comes to final circle, that is when they start crumbling down, because they maybe they are not in the best of the position. They don't have too much intel, because they are not making any kind of rotation. They don't have any kind of intel or information. But within a few seconds, Malik is the guy who is going to pick a fight with the players of North Esports, picks off Maxi, but Vati is going to get caught off in the retaliation fire.
Oh, Avengers, just look at him shredding his opponents apart with that Uzi. Never had I seen a double knock come in. Just goes in with the MK14. Does not matter which weapon he's yielding, but what am I seeing? Shadow, is it an ambush from another team? Oh yes, indeed it is. R3D, they decide to pounce in. They know where their enemies are at their weakest, and we might see another fight breaking out.
Well, talking about third parties, Pakistan region is definitely the one you can learn from, because in Miramar also it was third party, fourth party. Any minute the fight finishes, the victory is very short-lived, because some other team is ready to rush into your compound, show up on your doorstep. This time it is R3D who is shown on the doorsteps of Northern Esports. But Maxi, he needs to heal up really fast. He was a little low on the HP. Let's see what's going to happen. But R3D, they are looking good in terms of the resources, because the guns they are having the better weaponry. But it is I go somewhere else, picking a few fights, picking a few knocks also. Can he find the confirmation? That's the main question. But from the rooftop, Roshan is going to find not just one, two knocks onto the players of R3D with that DP. Can he go for the confirmation? I think he can.
Oh, North Esports, they are angered, and R3D might have just walked into their own graves, right? Final player surviving, and right, it's just the start of game. It is minute 4, Shadow. North Esports have accumulated 8 finishes to themselves, and Avenger single-handedly dealt with the players of Freestyle. Did not need anybody with him, and his teammates were like, you cannot get all the eliminations, you cannot just have the laugh, let us also do something. And they also chime in. And R3D, I think the only big fall that they made in that particular fight, that one bad decision, was really not pushing when Maxi was knocked out. They waited. Yeah. They sort of wanted to adjust themselves, giving enough time for the players of North Esports to get themselves stabilized back again. And that is how they had the fall. I mean, they did have those weapons that really helped them in those close range scenarios, right? Getting the Uzis, getting those DBS, and those knocks coming out. In the meanwhile, you did touch upon a fight, right? The grounders being grounded again. And I believe from what I can see from the map feed over here in front of my screen, 2 players did want to go down south, and that is where it made a very quick work. Went around the bridge. They knew that teams were going to try and come in, set a bridge camp, and take your enemies down.
Certainly. But talking about FS also, the fight that happened between the players of North Esports, Malik is one of the guy who always open things up for the team. He's always the one who will get you the first knock. In Sanhok also, he got 2 knocks onto the opponents. But in turn, his teammates failed to capitalize on that situation. And the minute Malik goes down, the entire team starts crumbling. And this is exactly what happened again with the players of Team Freestyle. Because Freestyle, day number 1, they were in the top 5, 5th position. Right now, they are falling down. So they better start picking themselves up, because North Esports, well, they definitely are picking themselves up. But talking about the rotation, the team that is going for a very early rotation are going to Team Magnus Esports, holding onto the shorelines of the military base island. Well, I'll say it's a good decision, but if the circle betrays them, which I doubt it will, but anything can happen when it comes to PUBG. PUBG gods can make the circle take a drastic shift, and it can go either way. That is when the trouble is going to begin.
This is classic BTS strat, right? I think they were the ones who kind of introduced us to this. You know, you see a certain circle, do not take the bridges, rather just drop around those farm areas and make quick work of your cardio skills, swim around and get to a good position to contend. And I think that really helps Magnus as they're in pursuit for their third, the hat trick that we really love in PUBG Mobile. We've seen those moments of brilliance, we've seen those moments of glory, and even doing that, it kind of has a little bit of a performance pressure, because that is where the fans expect, yes, the third one is coming, and something goes south and it is all halabula, and you just got taken down. But regardless, I mean, R3D Esports, I think they might have made a good decision, but I'm starting to wonder if it is actually, because now if you can, I mean, we of course do have that map feed with us, and the players are well split apart. Now Blade, he's the one watching on the shorelines on the western side, the hilly area that we have around the southern military base. He's just there to fend off the players of maybe the grounders, because that's what he anticipates. Someone's going to take the waters, and he's going to put an end to them. But the other three players, they're in real near vicinity. But even for the likes of Metershot X Sky, nothing much to worry about them. You know, they're very handy dandy, looting around Novripnoy, enjoying that summer sun. And yeah, that's pretty much it, because we haven't really seen the best out of Metershot X Sky yet. But I really hope that they deliver in this match.
Well, certainly, because this time they are missing out. They are failing to make any kind of impact. They are on the bottom of the standings. But one more thing is happening, Fixer says no one is going for the bridge camp. TmwEsports on the no reply side, they are going to go for the rotation. And there is not even a single team that is going to stop them in the tracks or go for the bridge camp any second. That means TmwEsports, easy rotation will be coming in. TFT going all the waterways from the southern side. That means they are also going to find an easy pathway inside the circle. But talking about 3x Esports, well, this team is also going for the rotation, but nothing really is happening right now, because all the teams, they are trying for the rotation, find a good safety compound, good position, potential position for a chicken dinner inside the circle. But with that AMK-14 inside the water, do you think any team is going to go for that?
Nah, not happening. I don't think so. Maybe, I mean, closest, I think we do have the players of the grounders, but I think the only objective for them at this point is to survive. And look at this circle. Another thing, Shadow, I must tell you about the Pakistan region is this preposterous, ridiculous circle that we have, and this is one of it. I mean, almost 50% or more than that is submerged in the waters. And this is where it comes down to the fact that I8 need to gain some ground on that southern side of the map where team grounders are, because that is where the zone might really take a shift. But I think what they really intend to do at this point is try to, stop all these teams kind of trying to rotate from the northern side. And this might really work out for them, but there's still chances where they might be hit right back at their faces.
If I were inside this kind of a circle, what I would do, I will just grab a boat and go on the extreme southern side of the circle, hold on to the edge, stay in the water, and just hold on to this position. But Pakistan region is definitely not made for it, so that means I'm not getting any kind of slot in their team at all. Never in the future also, because passive gameplay, safe gameplay is not they are known for. But R3D Esports still holding on to a good position, I'll say.
Oh yeah, I mean, for now, yes. But the next circle is going to be so crucial, because T20, Regicide, they are making that movement, right? Regicide have got that southern area to their control. There are few compounds that they've taken over. And Quraysh Esports. Now, this is one of those teams that has really not made their presence felt, right? Nothing so far as to, remembers, nothing so far as to, just sweep our feet away. But for now, North Esports, they've had a very good start, a ridiculous one at that. In the span of 2 minutes, they wiped out 2 squads, have those lovely 8 points going into themselves. Thug spotting out, so Daji will go into the spray as the ramming comes in at his direction. He does have those grenades, but the Molotovs do come in. Does manage to save himself from that, but how long is the big question, as he responds back, but has taken some hefty amount of damage, needs to get back into cover, needs to get back to his teammates. And that was quick, I must tell you this, because now Hunter could provide the cover fire, but elsewhere he's just getting shot. And somehow Thug managed to survive, but eventually got taken down. Hunter could still give him that revive because it's the second circle, but he needs to watch out. Rex is going to hold on to the fort as 3x Esports. It is chaos all over the map.
Well, certainly it's chaos, especially between the players of between 3x Esports and H2E. They are fighting in the blue. At least they know there is a team that is waiting on the other end of the bridge that is going to be Metershot Sky, and there is complete chaos on the bridge area. I was saying there is no team going for the bridge camp, but so many teams are right now present. And Psycho with that UMP45 is already taking things pretty aggressively on the side of Quraysh Esports, and only single player is holding onto the panic room inside the petrol pump area. Psycho, a single grenade from his side, I think he can end things for that player.
Oh, he certainly can. Now, again, Psycho's just bobbing and weaving, dodging all those bullets coming in out of Rafa's, trying to get an exact idea of his position, but the shots did not really connect over there. Still has the better HP, can decide to go in for the push, but goes in for those pre-fire shots at his direction, finally decides to go after him, and Rafa, he did hear those bandages being popped over there, and that was the cue where he had to make that move. Now, DOD, they need to get themselves desperately inside the circle. Now, 3x Esports, even outside the zone, they're also wanting to fight it around. Miracle is not alive anymore. I mean, Miracle, he's made those miraculous plays yesterday, if you remember, in the map of Sanhok, if I'm not wrong. And now, Tyrant getting a few finishes, getting the better out of H2E. One of the strong contenders in the previous edition of PMPL. But this time, they haven't really given in that punch that they're known for.
Well, certainly, but right now the team that is fighting in the blue are going to the players of Metershot Sky, and the team is still trying to relentlessly shoot in the direction of Triple Esports. Triple Esports are trying to make a quick escape from the situation because they realize the gravity of the situation. That third circle is already going to close in. This is the time when you have to try it as a circle, but showing your back to your enemy is a big mistake, and that is why Psycho has been taken down. And Khatir, this is the opportunity, this is the moment when he can close in, because Thug is already on a very little HP and he has got no healings at all, just few boosters, energy drinks onto himself, no vehicle at all, and no teammate for his rescue. That means he's going to bleed out to his death any minute.
Yeah, he certainly will be. And now he realizes, Quraysh, they're right coming in front of me. And Thug falling down to the play zone, becoming prey to his own vices over there. That delay really not helping him out. But Quraysh, well, we've got to see what they're up to, because 3x right in front of them, and they just now recovered. In fact, Jaguar, the lonesome survivor, still does not have any meds though, just those few bandages to work around with. Goes after Tyrant, almost had him knocked out, but I think would be enough if Tyrant cannot heal himself at the right nick of time. Teen Wolf messing up with that grenade, somehow still manages to take no damage from the splinters over there. But yeah, this is what we've been talking about, right? All those teams kind of taking on those edges of that southern island, and you were talking about those islands just hide over there. Maybe things could have worked out if you were playing for them. Maybe you would have still been alive, as Danny decides to go in with that push, gets the better out of Rafe, as the faulty Devils find themselves in a whole world of trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble, and so are the players of TFD, other players of TFD, because look at the separation. They both are isolated. If any other teammate also gets taken down, there is no chance of any kind of revival or rescue, and Danny is making sure that he takes down the other player also, who's trying to go for the swim, trying to dodge the bullets from the side of Danny. But Magnus Esports Knight is also picking up fight with the players of Metershot Sky and getting few defeat points for themselves, but Knight is also falling down as he has been taken down, and the confirmation might be coming any second. That means a third party is also happening from the side of 3x Esports, and they are the one who are stealing all the thunder, all the glory by getting those defeat points. But Danny finally finds a knock onto the player of TFD. Now Cairo and Leon P are the only two survivors. For how long they can survive, that's the main question, because they are up for a 2v4 fight against Team BABLU.
Yeah, indeed, that is a major question to be asked, because Cairo still has a fighting position, but Leon really needs to provide cover fire for his teammates. Now Cairo not at the best of HP, but Metershot Sky, we've been talking about them, right? They dropped off at Nova Ripnoi. It's a good game for them that they can get some good points out of, and they've managed to get those 5 finishes to their name. Ash, their IGL, needs to get that res back up, and he will in the right nick of time. And as we were speaking, It's just Leon who lives to fight for a few more minutes because Team BABLU, they're relentless. They're just not letting it pass, right? They've made it their life's goal to make sure that TFD are dealt with right now. Because, yeah, it's for all the obvious reasons. Because the moment they head in, you would not want someone to take you from the backlines. As North Esports, Avenger, lobbing a grenade at Blade's direction, one of the best fraggers, the highest fraggers in this tournament so far. As I8 somehow continue their spree as they've managed to get 4 finishes for themselves. Now will make an entry inside the zone.
I8 definitely is one of the team who knows which fight to pick, and this time also they are only picking up the good fights. But when it comes to Team BABLU, the minute they see the players, they start shooting in the direction. And Team TFD, they were pretty much handicapped, and Team BABLU finally getting those 4 defeat points for themselves and good loot as well in their hand. But now they have to move inside the circle. The circle is not that far away. They have clear pathway inside the circle. That means they are looking very good. If they manage to find the complete control from the southern side or contest the compound which the players of Team G side are holding on to, I think Team BABLU will be in the best of the position.
I mean, considering how the Team Grounders started, right? I think they've made a good recovery, losing out on 2 of the players right from the very start. Now, that is exactly the position I was talking about. The Grounders and the Regicide. They've got good control. But at the same time, 52 Rage, having control of those cliffs, those areas, have made sure that at least no one's on their backlines. But little did they know that Quantum Rage is slowly but surely creeping in. As IQ, they have their eyes set at Magnus, who is at the 2nd position, and they were like, I mean, let's get done with this and let's just wipe them out. And this time Magnus, not with the showcasing you know, the potential that they were about to, and we were talking about this, right? It was their hat-trick game, and it was a circle that did not favor them. They did drop up around Pachinki, but I8 was too much to deal for them.
Well, I'm just happy there is some team that is sharing the same mindset as me. That is going to be Quantum Rage, who are looking very comfortable making the swim inside the water. But at least they know Metershot Sky have an idea. There are few fishes in the water, and they are going to. No, it's not Metershot. I'm begging my pardon. It is Team Regicide who knows. And the minute they come out for the breathing space, they are going to spot them down and shoot in the direction. Well, Quantum Rage, you better not share the same mindset as me. But the circle is going to favor you guys, and 52 Esports, they are also in a very good spot.
You need to find some solid cover. As Metershot Sky, you were just talking about them, and they're in first, battling it out, going after Uzum, the final lonesome survivor. Could not do much as I8, they're just fighting their way inside the lobby. As Team BABLU, oh, the hunters have become the hunted. Did not really anticipate Regicide's position and have now been taken out. Now we've got to see where the boys are. Mutani all by his lonesome over there. Still, they have their 4 players alive, at least for now. But Noki is getting shot. Is it from the backlines? Was it the players of Team Grounders?
I think it was, but Regicide is the one who is going to put the final nail on Goku, as Goku bids bye-bye to his teammate. But Pain with that grenade, can he take down few of the players? I think he's going to miss out the projectile, correct projectile, because he doesn't have exactly exact idea where exactly the players of Team Regicide are. But look at Senior, he's right now on the target of not just 1, 2 teams. He has a bullseye, and finally he goes down courtesy to that grenade that came from the side of 52 Esports. And Senior is going to bleed out because there is no help coming in for him, at least not for now. But I8 Esports are trying to contest this compound which the players of Team Grounders are. Oh no, they are not contesting. They're just waiting for the players to come out in the open, because it's a blue that is going to close in, and they are ready. When they are spread out, they are in the perfect position to stop them. But can they manage to do so? Because Grounders, they have a vehicle and they're going to make a quick escape.
Oh, they certainly are. And now I8, they've also made it inside the circle. Now Regicide, well, they need to make sure that they also have their attention focused at the teams on the northern side, because it is I8 and we know how they're just exploding their way inside the zone, going after one player after the other. And now they've managed to get 10 to their name, and they seem to stop at nothing over here, as Ashad has figured out 52 Esports right underneath them. They need to deal with them, and which they eventually will, because even for 52 Esports, it's kind of difficult to get out of that icy position. Ashad knows exactly where he is, and Pain might just get that grenade right at his face, but Still laying a little bit. Oh, still standing, still surviving. Is he gonna make it out alive? Yes. But Pharaoh indeed has been taken down. Pain. He's in a whole world of pain right now. He needs to cover but can't. It's burning in flames. His ghost has managed to secure that knock on Nocto. And this is what I was talking about. Regicide could not have gotten more complacent than this, and now they're facing the Wrath. The moment they had all their tension to their backlines, it was I8 just pushing their way in, and now they're on the brinks of getting eliminated.
This fight, that rush from I8 Esports is going to be a blessing in disguise for so many other teams out there, especially 52. But grenade that is coming from Us takes down Flare, but Us is not ready to spare those fishes in the water, and we are spotting down the players of Team BABLU and trying to shoot them, and Pan goes down, just one more single bullet, and Pan is going to go down, and he gets taken down, but this time it's not Us, it's Blade.
Oh, they're sparing nobody. Just wreaking havoc through the lobby, and this is what I was talking about, right? This is so typical of I8. Crypto, no crypto, does not matter. It is the entire squad that speak for themselves, their actions, the way they've been playing, right? Having shown no mercy to all their enemies right in front of them, as Regicide have just been reduced to a one-man squad, just a shot, surviving as Team BABLU. They are literally like a fish in the barrel with nowhere to run and hide, just waiting for death, waiting to be pounced, picked upon. And there you go, Team BABLU get that hashtag 5 position. 12 points is not going to be too shabby either. But 52 Esports, they've made it to the top 4, possibly could get that top 3. But now, Blade is charging at their direction. They need to be well prepared for this push coming at their direction. There you have it. Trades coming in from both the sides. But oh, getting inside the water, and Pharaoh somehow manages to get that knock. Now this is where the tides change. I8, they suddenly have lost two out of the players, as Pharaoh still standing, still breathing, still gets the better out of the situation. As now he needs to recuperate, but it's not gonna happen, as that one grenade coming out from Ghost is gonna be enough, as I8 get one more in the bag, as they get that winner chicken dinner. Wow, 19 eliminations, and the curse has been lifted. We did talk about it, Shadow, right? The teams that drop around the southern side usually do not win, but there you have it. Illuminate Esports, I8 Esports, they're at the tippity top now.
Well, they are getting a chicken dinner, not just chicken dinner, 19 elimination points as well. They have proved us wrong in very good style, but 52, well, the luck just turned around. They were about to get eliminated, and thanks to I8 Esports, I'm very sure they're going to thank I8 Esports, and I8 was in fact the team that eliminated him, took the chicken dinner. But whatever position points they are having, because I remember the last player of 52 was on a very sliver of HP when I8 Esports chimed in, picked up the fight with Regicide, and 52 Esports lifts for a few more, I'll say, position points.
I mean, it was so funny, right? Especially that fight where just Blade just goes in and suddenly he's in the water, he's swimming, and like Pharaoh comes out. Oh, you were pushing? Hey, how dare you, just taking them down. And it was an interesting matchup, no doubt. Very unique circle. But ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go for a quick little break. We're gonna be right back after this. Oh, this was all that action coming in, and especially a huge shout out to Oppo, especially this phone F21 Pro, the official smartphone sponsors of this beautiful event. And of course, PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan, we've been loving that phone, I've been talking about it. Don't forget to check them out. But 4 games done and dusted, Shadow. Just one remains. But it was such an amazing one, right? Few of those teams, especially I think we've got to start off with the Grounders. They decided to split. They decided to have 2 of their players going down the bridge. Eventually, it was I8 that put a stop in them. Then they decided to take the waterways, which I think Ghost was holding for a long time. But that did not really matter. They could not survive for a longer time, but still did have enough position points to live and survive for a few more moments. But the MVP, we were talking about this man, Ghost and Blade. They have been having the form of their life. 7 elimination for him, and I8 look nigh unstoppable.
Well, they are unstoppable. The moment they start picking up themselves in the very first day, they have not been stopping for anyone. And if I'm not wrong, this is a 3rd chicken dinner of the day. They got 2 chicken dinner in the first and the second one, and this is a 3rd chicken dinner they are getting today, if I'm not wrong, if my memory serves me right. So Team IA definitely is still on the top of the leaderboard, but I'm happy to see Team BABLU is also focusing on the position points, because this time they are getting the position point, but the players who are in the top 5 are going to be definitely Ghost, followed by IQ of Team I8 only, and Blade also on the 3rd position with 3 elimination points.
I think in the second one, maybe it was Magnus that walked out, because otherwise this would have been the hat-trick one. But regardless, I8, they've been playing amazingly well. The kind of performances that they have delivered, they seem to stop at nothing at all. And this just keeps going on with them. And for the match summary, even if you take a look, it's I8 all over the place. I mean, IQ has been one of the latest additions, but the way this lad has been playing, whoa, gotta give him all the kudos. And now Blade, Ghost, we've been talking about them. Every single player knows how to have their guns go all blazing and get all those eliminations, get all those finishes for themselves. And again, sitting at 34 points. Oh, Shadow, what's going on? I mean, is there any team that's going to be touching them? Because it's just day number 2, and I'm pretty sure they've built up a sizable amount of lead with the rest of the pack.
Feels they have the highest points in a single game today, because I remember 29 and 28 were the points the teams were having. This time it's 34, but the teams who were on the bottom of the leaderboard, they have also started picking themselves up. Regicide, Team BABLU, so many teams are having a good outing this time in this particular Erangel. But Team I8, look at the damage they have been dishing out, more than 2,000.
Oh god, this is ludicrous, right? But Quantum Rage, somehow staying inside the waters did favor them, didn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe the entire idea of you playing from Quantum Rage is not really out of the picture, right? No, barely any damage dealt, but still getting those important position points. 52 Esports, I think I8 was a blessing in disguise for them. But towards the end, it all came down to it. And there you have it. I8 Esports right at the tippity top. And Magnus already almost 40 points of difference between them and I8. And TUF not far behind as well. I mean, they're going to be in action after this, because Magnus Esports are pretty much done with all the games for the evening. So our Team BABLU, who are finally managing to recover. But Quantum Rage, look at that. One good game. 6 position points, 6 points climb over here. 54 is what they are. And look at the difference even. 57, 54, 53, 52. It's so minuscule.
Well, certainly, but I'm just wondering if TUF can tumble over the players of Magnus Esports and grab that second spot. But talking about the teams who are in the bottom, H2E, R3D, Quraysh Esports, Metershot X Sky, well, their troubles are not ending. But Star is one of the team anticipated with the performance they were having yesterday. They know how to move inside the circle. It's always they end up in the bad fights. They get an early elimination. Let's see if they can topple over few of the teams and come in the top 10. But Regicide also sitting on the 15th position with only 36 points. But Grounders, they have been pushed down on the 11th position, and so are the players of Freestyle. Well, Freestyle, they were in the top 10 yesterday, but right now at 12th position, they have taken a quite downfall, I'll say.
Yeah, I think, I mean, the way they've been playing Freestyle in, if you remember, instantly just get decimated. I mean, yeah, indeed, it all started with North Esports rather, not with the Grounders and I. It was with North Esports just going ham after Freestyle and R3D. It was such an interesting affair. as we take a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen. It has been an I8, a Magnus day so far. And is that going to be the same? Because it's just that one game of Miramar that remains. Group A, they're not going to be playing this one out, right? Which clearly means that, well, what do you think? I mean, this is even for the chat. What do you think? Do we get to see someone just coming out a little on top? Because is it going to be Magnus? Is it going to be I8? Who is it going to be? Or is it going to be completely somebody else? But I really want to go with Magnus. I want them to win this one, at least inch in that gap closer. What about you, Shadow?
I'll say TUF.
I think Magnus is not playing this one. So
yeah, they are sitting out.
TUF. TUF. Reduce that gap.
Yeah. Okay, TUF, you are picking. I'll pick QWERTY or maybe Triple Esports because they have been dishing out a lot of damage. Or maybe Freestyle. I'll pick so many teams. Freestyle. I'll go with Freestyle.
You just get one. You just get
Freestyle.
That's not
Freestyle.
Fair. I mean, I could just take 146 are the names. But, I mean, predictions, the production would rather, kill us otherwise. Guys, it's just one that we have to. And well, for me, it's TUF. For you, it is gonna be Freestyle. All right, you're gonna be a believer. It's gonna be the map of Miramar, and Freestyle have always started off with a shebang. They get those squad vibes, so it's gonna be very important for them to somehow have all their players alive. Something go a little bit of a team BABLU mode, because now they're not gonna be in the lobby. So are 3x, Magnus, and 52esports. So it's a good time, go and try to play a lot around those position points. Eventually, the eliminations are going to be coming in, but it's going to be interesting to see what sort of a zone we have this time around. I8, they're having a form of their lives, and even last time around also, I remember they kind of started off a little bit slow, but once they got that chicken dinner, they never looked backwards. And there's something that I really want to ask the players of I8, especially Uzim, their IGL, as to what goes on his mind. They show the lobby that, hey, we might be the ones easily dealt with for you. Till we go all out. And once we do, we never go back. That has pretty much been their motto. But talking about the other teams, right? 3x Esports, how do you feel about them?
3x Esports, they have been engaging in so many fights. In Miramar also, I remember 3x Esports and TWD, they were going up against each other. 3x got eliminated, and just after that, so many other fights were happening around that hill. It's always 3x Esports are caught in a bad position. Yeah. They are always in the bad position or bad spot in the map. That's when they start picking up the fight and they get an elimination. But still, I think this team has the capability to topple over few of the teams and propel themselves in the leaderboard. So let's see which particular game that is going to be where they shine.
It's just in a few more moments, right? We're going to be inside that battlegrounds. But again, this is such an interesting format of the PMPL, and I8 are ensuring that they want that 80 points, extra buffer 80 points for themselves, head into that grand finals, top it over, and head on towards the SA Championship, and maybe have their dreams fulfilled of that first PMGC. It hasn't happened yet, and I8 could possibly do that. Maybe this time is the charm. Third time, like we said, I8, they've been trying relentlessly. In Pakistan, they have been dominating, but in the SA region, when we head over there, you've got the other stalwarts out there, literally godlike stalwart out there, just waiting for them. I'm over. And maybe the way they're playing, especially if they can carry forward with the form, Blade and Ghost and even IQ, because last time I remember, he was playing with Quantum Rage, I believe, and he was such a beautiful player. And for all the right reasons, he was scouted to play in such an amazing squad. But talking about the other teams, right? QWERTY. Even with QWERTY, I'm a little bit off because I need to see those chickens coming in. We really thought of having an I8 QWERTY rivalry, but this time it's different. They're in the mix, they're in the fight, but not where they are.
QWERTY, day number 1, they still had a better performance as compared to day number 2, because in match number 3, and particularly Sanhok, they were placed in the 3rd position with good finish points for themselves. Finish points are something, elimination points are something that QWERTY always manages to get. It's always the placement points where they are lacking. But day number 2, again, the points, they are not coming. The placement points specifically are not coming for QWERTY.
Yeah, position points has been one of those major issues that they really need to address. As ladies and gentlemen, it is the final game of the evening, and out we go to Miramar, match number 10, to see if it is going to be I8 all along, or is it going to be TUF all along. I've gone for TUF, Shadow's gone for freestyle. Let us know who you supporting, as the flight path trajectory really not favoring I8, because Los Leones, my friend Shadow, it's far, far away.
And that is exactly where last time Team BABLU went in for. But Team BABLU, I like one thing about them, that they always have a dynamic drop. But this time the group is sitting out, so we don't have to worry about Team BABLU. So talking about the team that is heading in Los Leones, let's see which team is going to be. In fact, we have seen so many teams going towards the side of Valle del Mar also. Go for the safe pathway, safe late rotations, and you are going to be rewarded by the placement point. Looks like Regicide might go towards the southern side, but Los Leones, like you said, for now, there is no team. Maybe I8 can go.
Maybe. That maybe is obviously there. We have seen them, sometimes going in for those dynamic drops. But this time, I think they're just going to find their vehicles. They know where the vehicle spawns are. Just go after it. But what I'm really interested is in the circle that seems to completely favor them. Maybe, Shadow, this could be a back-to-back for Team I8. The way they've been playing, the first game they come in, it was a chicken dinner for them. They did manage to get, 14 eliminations? If my memory serves me right. Gotta check with that. Yes, indeed. And now they must be looking for even more. And if the circle keeps on favoring like this, the teams are gonna be like, hey, that's unfair to us. Give us the zone for Christ's sake at least once.
Well, the team that is crying definitely are the players of Team Q or Quantum Rage, because they have dropped towards Emuda, and so are the players of Metershot Sky, because they are also so far away from the circle. They have to cross El Hizar, that means they have to cross R3D and so many other teams that might gatekeep them. So all the teams who have dropped somewhere on the northern side, good luck to them.
Good luck. Shadow said it. Good luck to you guys, because now from here onwards, better, find your way inside the circle, because where do they go in from? Quantum Rage, if they decide to push in directly, you've got TMW waiting, even R3D, they might get sandwiched. Same goes for MS Sky, because they'll either have to go for a very late rotation, but either way, it's TUF and I8, they look to be in very good control over this particular circle, because now the way they have the room and space, look at that, TUF has nobody around them for a few blocks, and even I8, North Esports is right beside them, but we do know, in fact I8 also knows that they're the ones who are beside them most of the times, and they haven't really been a threat that has been concerning them, right? As we take a look at TmwEsports, now this is also one of those teams that has really impressed us. Like they've exceeded expectations, I must say, but a little bit more conviction during those fights, and they're going to be definitely fighting it out, at least for the top 5.
They certainly can, because TmwEsports, they are constantly somewhere in top 8 position. They can come in top 5 also, but Freestyle is a team that I have my concerns for, because yesterday they had a very good outing, but today they are failing to make an impact. Maybe it's the synergy or the coordination that is missing out, because Malik always gives an opening that is required from a front assaulter. It's the rest of the players that have to capitalize on the situation. That is where they are lacking. But right now, Freestyle, they are looking pretty comfortable going for the loot. They have good resources also in their hands for now, for the initial few moments, but they have to go for the rotations also. But Los Leones, well, we were wondering which team is going to go for the urban city of Los Leones. Now we have the answers. It's I8 and also North Esports. Looks like, from the looks of it, TmW might also join them.
They might, they can, there's a possibility, but for now, quite typical standards of Miramar have been set, right? No early fights. I think we've had enough of it in Erangel and Avenger and his squad. The way they just had the wrath dealt upon the lobby, getting those 8 early finish points did help them out. But sort of brings back to, we need to talk about the other teams as well. The likes of Team Star. Now, this is one of those teams I remember. They're the late bloomers. Every single time. Even I saw them perform last time around. And those initial days, Team Star did not quite play the way they were supposed to. And suddenly, as we head on, into those late phases of this tournament, they start delivering. They start giving us that glimmer of hope. And it's been not a long time for you, Shadow, in the Pakistan region. But what do you feel about this?
About Team Star particularly, well, they have the capability. I saw Team Star in the last Miramar. They were picking up such a good fight. In fact, Miracle, I don't know how he survived those grenades, the barrage of grenades that was coming in his direction. He was pretty much pinned down beside that rock area. I'm sure he was also wondering how he survived that particular situation. But Team Quati is also one of the team that can be the contender for the top spot, if not top, at least top second spot, because the way they have been performing, it's impressive. They are at least getting few points, but day number 2 is definitely not working in their favor.
Makes sense, because they've got to make those slow strides, right? The way they've been playing, they certainly have a lot of potential. It's all about just realizing and breaking through, which they have not done so far. So it's going to be interesting to see how they perform. But not a lot of things happening inside this game in those early moments, because we do have some traffic around that northwestern area. We've got Regicide, we've got the team of A+B+C+D Esports, we even have the Faulty Devils, the Grounders, all trying to get inside the circle. TmwEsports is just waiting and watching out for them. R3D, they're yet to make a move, but Los Leones is not just occupied by I8, as North Esports have decided to just go and try maybe to get a few eliminations for themselves. Then Miracle, Zyro J, God Fury and Hunk, these 4 players, I don't think they've made any major switches in their roster. Still seeing those players playing it out for them, and it's going to be interesting as to how this game really pans out, because they've sort of been the underdogs, and still I must say, making it even to the pro leagues, they are like the dark horses this time, if not the underdogs. They have a lot of potential. If they live up to it, they can definitely deliver. But the same cannot be really said for Regicide, because if you talk about Regicide, the way they had started their journey to esports, the kind of the force they were, haven't really lived up to their name.
Regicide, they had a very good outing in day number 1 in Sanhok match, where they were outshining. They got, I think, 16 total points for themselves. But I agree, other than that, they have not been making any kind of major impact in this particular event right now. Let's see if they have some few extra strategies, or maybe some improvements might be coming in. But right now, H2E is also one of the team that is struggling right now, because they are also in the bottom of the standings, and also they are somewhere on the northern side of the map. They are going for the late rotation, but least they know, maybe it's Team Quati that is going to welcome them, or maybe it's Team Star that is going to welcome them, because rotation from water treatment area is not going to be at all easy. But luckily, Team Star is also going for the rotation. They are also going for a better spot inside the circle. That means this can be a blessing in disguise for the players of Team H2E.
Oh, it certainly can be, right? But for now, I mean, H2E, we did touch upon them in the previous game. They are one of those teams that given the right game, they can go all out. And right now, they're somewhere lurking at the bottom of the table. First airdrop comes in, it's the Grozza, and we know, I think it was Edgar yesterday in Miramar that absolutely obliterated the squad of I8. And you would need some special weapons if you have to take down an inform I8 out there, because the way they've been playing. But for now, we're gonna see that circle shift a little towards that eastern side, and whoa, does favor the players of freestyle over here. And now Wasi, he's gonna enjoy himself, but now to have a fight. We were talking about these teams, and now they're gonna collide. Team Star going after H2E. JD has taken some damage, as Hunk has already managed to secure that one knock for his team. Trying to follow it up, does realize that there's someone inside the compound. Can he connect yet another grenade? Does though. Is it gonna be enough? Yes, it is.
This fight was pretty much bound to happen, because H2E literally showed on the doorstep of the players of Team Star, and Team Star right now, they are winning. They are having the numbers advantage, because H2E just now lost one of the player, Tarzan, not having very many healings, is trying to bandage himself up, gain those HPs, but Team Star is looking very strong. But somewhere else, Quati is going to do a third party and is going to pick off Miracle, but Tarzan with that grenade, beautiful grenade, takes from God Fury, and Team Team Star, who was looking very strong up until now, right now they are also falling down.
Oh, they certainly are. And it started off really well for Team Star, and suddenly it feels like the tides have turned, right? It's still a decent situation. They can fight their way out, but it is going to be an important fight for both these teams. Kian just ensuring that he gets all his bandages up and running as a Star. They want to get their players back to full HP. One of them is already fallen down, knocked. One of them already eliminated, but now they are back into a 3v3 situation. As on the backlines, we do have yet another squad out there, but Zyro J is trying to build up an angle. He's given his position away to Tarzan though, so it's going to be interesting if Star still decide to fight it out, because look at the backlines. It's Team QWERTY that's really, banking up on their southern side, and there you go. As we were talking about it, Hunk has already been taken down as yet another fight has begun. It is going to be TUF going after Regicide.
Well, it's a fight of the ridges. Which team is having better utilities and grenades in their hand? Noki with that off angle is going for a flank angle towards the side of Virus. He can pick off Virus because the Virus has no idea where exactly the flanker might be coming in from. But with that, his own teammate has been taken down. That means he has to be the savior and he has to go for the rescue mission. But this fight is still prolonging. Both the teams are still taking the damage of the blue and surviving the shots that are coming from the third party of Team QWERTY. On the other side, fight breaking in, TUF4 has been picked off. Tarzan still holding on to the position, but he just survived a grenade. The healings, the resources that are needed in the map of Miramar, both these teams, Team Star and H2E, are wasting, or they are throwing them away by picking up the fight in the blue. But Team Star, well, 3 players still there, but 2 first stage only. Is that enough? Is that enough to eliminate the players of Team H2E and eliminate the players of QWERTY? Because QWERTY is definitely going to gatekeep.
What just happened? In a blink of an eye, TUF, they were eliminated, and sometimes seems like, getting a little bit over aggressive over there, getting a little too cocky over their heads, and had to pay the price, because Regicide initially, they were not at the best of places, but right now we do have this fight still going on, far from over. Tarzan still surviving for his squad, does not have a lot of meds to work around, and I don't think he's gonna make it out alive, as Hunk's grenade is gonna put an end to him. And there you have it, the other players, Kian and Assad, they're gonna make a run for their lives.
Well, they have to run for their lives because Tarzan, there is no chance to save him. H3 better go for those placement points, better make it inside the safety of the circle, and so is required from the players of Team Star also, because like I said, Team QWERTY, Voltrox was taken down, but he is again back on his feet. That means Team QWERTY is still waiting for them, but right now they are also going for the rotation, and Tarzan will bleed out to death. But what exactly is Team Star waiting out for? I don't think they have they have certain vehicles in their hands. This is a minute, this is the time they have to go for the rotation, and they have realized H2E has shied away from this fight, so they can also make their entry inside the circle.
Oh, they certainly want to, because now let's be blunt. I think the only thing that was stopping them, we were wondering if they go out in the open, it could be Assad and Kian just trying to spray down those bullets, and talk about spraying MG3. Now this is a weapon that I absolutely love. It kind of just mows down your enemies, and we're yet to see the Lynx AMR in action though. Have you seen it yet? I mean, for the matches I have casted, I did not have a chance to see any of the players wielding that, because of course it did not come, or if it had, none of them really picked it up. Did not even see it in the elimination feed as well. But take a look at that circle going all the way towards that eastern side. Quraysh Esports, they have a really good chance. Freestyle have a little bit of a dip for them, have a little bit of an open area, as I8, they're going to be pushing at TmwEsports' way, and IQ stops at nothing really. Gets the better out of Reaper, as now TmwEsports realize who is running after them.
Well, IQ also, look at the position he is having. Blade is having the height advantage. Yes, TMW, they have the hard cover for themselves in the name of that compound, but it's Team I8 that are up against. They better watch all the angles, because I8 are known for the positions they hold onto in any fight. They hold the best position, they go for the flank angles, they try to converge the players from all the direction. But right now, MS Khatir is the guy who is up for a trouble, because Team Grounders is in the close vicinity, or I'll say MS is in the compound of THTG.
Oh, the grounders. Now, Khatir, I think he's sort of in a no man's land, has to find where his whereabouts of his teammates. He's instantly yelling, screaming, weeping for help, just prone down. Best way to not make a sound. Do not let anybody know that you're there, because Ash, he's in a little dicey position. He cannot get out from there. Not right now, but he's still alive. Still handy dandy. Has some cover for himself, but has his position compromised though. Enemy knows of his whereabouts. And there you see, Mr. Black always has that Mini 14 equipped, just waiting. The moment he shows up, he's gonna have his heads popped at least. But there we have another circle shift coming in, and R3D are in real good contention. And now, in a few moments, maybe we might see some advances in this particular fight, as Ash this time, with his vehicle, makes a move. Wants to get inside the circle, wants to have a good position inside the zone, as just whizzing past through the deserts with that Lamborghini. I love that vehicle.
Talking about Ash, he has already closed in the distance towards the side of Grounders. One good grenade from his side can open things up for the players of MS, but it is going to be Koti Gravity who is going to open things and take down one of the players of Team MS. Can he find the confirmation? Well, time will tell, but Team Star, they are hiding beside the container area, holding on to little hard cover they can find, but Team MS Khatir is definitely going very aggressive, takes down not just one, two players of from Team Esports, and he can easily go for the confirmation as well.
Oh, he certainly can, and I love it from Khatir, just anticipating that push coming on, that pre-fire with his arm, and suddenly the grounders again just kicking themselves in the feet, because it was not a push that they made in tandem, right? It was just one after the other, just going in, giving him enough time to go in for that reload, because that's one of the shortcomings with the SMGs, right? They're really fast, but you need to go in for that reload, and needed to capitalize upon it. Could not really, but elsewhere, Halsey is just being pounded with all those grenades over there, and how long is he going to survive? That's a big question, as this young lad, Gravity, he's going to try and make a push at their direction. Voltrox also joining the fray. Now, this is how you're supposed to make a push, right? Push together. Make sure that you're going to go after your enemies all at once, as Ash has his position compromised. Khan almost had a shot right at his head. Just the bullets whizzing past. Let's see. Team QWERTY going after MS Sky. What comes out of it?
The way Team QWERTY have placed all their players, especially one of the player Khan on the far off angle, their placement is quite perfect, and with that MS, one of the players jumps down. Can he do something better out of this situation? Let's see, because Team Grounders, they have the numbers advantage, and Voltrox from that window takes down Ash over there, and Ash made the mistake of coming out because Voltrox had his precise accurate shot onto him, but right now Metershot Sky are not looking good, but Halsey is going to turn things around in their favor, as he is going to take down one of the player of Team QWERTY.
Oh, it's just not Metershot Sky and QWERTY anymore. It is also the players of I8 chiming in and creating all sort of trouble for Team QWERTY, as slowly but surely the numbers are dwindling, and Halsey is not going to survive for longer, because Khan this time does hit his mark and ensures he gets that beautiful instant knock, and this could make things better, at least for the very least, for Team QWERTY, as the Faulty Devils, they bite the dust. They are eliminated from this game. Metershot Sky, oh, they have their eyes on towards Vast. Regicide, hot on form after eliminating TUF. They do have those low ridges to play around, but this next circle shift is going to dictate where the circle goes, and right into the laps of Regicide, because they find themselves at the heart of the zone. But R3D, if they can get over those hills, if they can have that high ground advantage for themselves, if they can deal with Quantum Rage, then they also might be one of the strong runners in this particular game.
It's not just Quantum Rage, it's Team Star also they have to deal with, but right now it's Team R3D who is falling down, as Team Star is picking up the players of R3D. One of the player, Anubis, has already been knocked out. Let's see if Destroyer can go for the revival, but all the commotion that is happening on the southern eastern side of the map, where so many teams are holding on to the compounds area, and this is the opportunity Team Star was waiting for. Anubis got knocked down, and they are making the rush towards the compound. They know there is a single player Destroyer, and they can easily deal with the situation unless Destroyer pulls off a miracle and clutches it out. He manages to take down one of the player from the little window. He's trying to shoot, dishes out a lot of damage onto the second floor of Team Star. Let's see if he can clutch in this situation.
Oh, that's going to be really important if he can do that. Team Star, they've been battling it out right from the very start, but Destroyer just comes out of his cover, gets that beautiful knock onto with Scott Fury. Can he get the other one as well? Yes, indeed, as he manages to eliminate and send them to stars far away in the galaxies. As Khan now again deciding to go after the players of AAA Esports after dealing with Metershot Sky. They do have Vortex knocked out, still have all the other players alive, though they need to get those revives, but they do realize the gravity of the situation. They have to make it inside the circle, not the right way though, as Voltrax, he's just gonna be bleeding and he's gonna meet his makers, but AAA Esports decide just to get inside the zone. But look at Shapatar and Mr. Black, they can get the better out of Rex. Now finally AAA Esports, they realize that the grounders are right beside them. Shapatar lobbing that grenade maybe inside the compound to try and flush them out. As I8, they're gonna make a very late move. They ensured they had all that information before going in for that push, and here they go.
They can go easily inside the circle because they were not in the middle of the compound, but right now the first have to deal with the players of Team QE. That is going to be Quraysh Esports, who are out there in the open and busy. All their attention is towards the players of Team FS also. That is the moment when I8 can do a third party, but MSXA has been eliminated at 11th position, and Triple Esports still fighting with the blue thug. He's right in the crosshairs of Gravity, and Gravity, just one more bullet was required to take down the player of Triple Esports, but Gravity, he has to focus on the other side as well because so many teams are present. But Noki finally puts an end to Blade, and TG Mr. Black also goes down.
Oh yeah, and now Regicide, having that beautiful advantage to themselves, and I think I just made a lot of noise and could not really get inside the circle, and have finally been eliminated. So finally we're gonna have a different winner this time. It's not gonna be Magnus, it's not gonna be I8. Magnus was of course not playing. I8 have been taken down. TUF are also not in the mix, so could be Regicide's game written all over it. Already strong with those 8 finishes, and now Quraysh Esports do have 2 of their players knocked out, but now they have to deal with that push coming in from Quantum Rage, who also need to ensure they have their players at full HP. As Clown, this time he's gonna make those proactive movements. He's gonna be the ones trying to force out that fight, get that much of an area control, because it's not just Quantum Rage's opponents, that is Quraysh, that they have to deal with. It is also R3D that are going to be moving in from the back line. So a little bit of a sandwich situation. It is going to be interesting to see how they find themselves alive from this situation.
Well, Quraysh Esports, they are missing the perfect projectile onto the players of Team QR over there. The minute they are going to find that little opening, they are going to rush towards them. But right now, with that M416, Darji finds a knock onto Spark, but his own teammates also goes down in the retaliation fire from Destroyer, and he's going to get the confirmation as well. That means QR right now standing as a 3-man army, and Sirius also gives away his position. Destroyer, he just clutched it out. This man saved his teammate for another day and picks off another player. In fact, he's going to steal all the thunder of some other team and get the defeat point for himself. This Team QE also, that is also in the close proximity. That means Quantum Rage is in a very bad spot right now.
Is trying to make their way inside the circle. Oh, this just got taken down, cracked, hammered as H2E to have that high ground advantage, but it is just that lonely survivor Assad. Kian also, one of his comrades, did get taken down, but Regicide, they have the numbers and gets a beautiful knock. Assad, we know he's capable of bigger things. Finally delivering on that big stage. Can he get the second one though? Barely has any meds to his disposal. Just has that one bandage that he can use, and now taking that fight against Noko, it's all gonna be in vain as he's been dealt with. As Senior did manage to get that knock, somehow still alive. No first aids also for this lad, as Rafe is just gonna be sprayed over, mowed down by the players of Regicide. One of them already being taken down. Clown also exposing himself, but could also Meters makers Quraysh Esports in a very, very bad spot at this time. And Jaguar somehow needs to save them. But can he, considering how the circle has been making its shifts? Oh, indeed, they're inside the zone.
They are inside the circle, and so are the few of the players of Regicide as well. Regicide, one of the player having the height advantage, he can be the person who can provide a lot of intel to his own teammates, who can clutch it out, who can manage, who can take down the players of Team Quraysh Esports. But Rafe is still watching out the flank angle from the eastern side, from where the players of Team Regicide can chime in. But if Ashad manages to find a single knock onto any of the player of Team Quraysh Esports, things can turn around any second.
It's a silence that has taken over the lobby. It's a 4v4. Only 2 remain, and the next circle is going to make so much of those decisions. But Ashad's position is going to be so crucial as Noki is already started firing all those bullets at Clown's direction. Does he get the knock? Not yet. Has to be very careful. Does not have a lot of healings for himself as well. Just those 3 bandages to work around with. But maybe he's not going to resort to that, as Vaz manages to pick up Clown, and finally the opening comes in. But Quraysh, they're just not going to let it go without a fight, as the trades also do come in. Nocto, he's been knocked out, but look at Rafe. He is going in for that flank. Noki needs to understand, and Ashad, dishing out hell from above, has managed to pick one more. Quraysh Esports in a very dicey situation. It all comes down to Rafe, but Ashad manages to get the Rafe, in fact, gets the better out of Ashad. Will knock him and finish him off. A 1v3 situation for this young lad, and he can prove the world what he's made of. Goes that grenade. Noki might just get taken down. Does somehow manage to dodge it. Finally comes out in the open, as his position has been compromised. Does have that deadly Grotzer right in his arms. Goes in for the spray. Connects the bullets. And there you go. The winner chicken dinner. Finally coming out for the boys from Regicide. And that is going to prepare them all the way up to the 5th spot. 14 eliminations. They started off with taking down TUF and haven't looked back ever since.
Well, certainly being in top 5 for Regicide was so crucial, and this game they proved it. 14 elimination points and a chicken dinner, that means 15 placement points. A single match is enough right now to make you in the top 5 spot, and that is exactly what happened with the players of Team Regicide. But the position of Ashad was so crucial in that particular last few moments, because he was providing so much information. In fact, he was stopping the players of Quraysh Esports from making any kind of movement.
Yeah, really a good pointer, because having that little bit of a height advantage, he was knowing exactly where they were making those moves, right? Even if he got knocked out, he in turn did give out his the position of the enemy, and all they had to do was just finish him off. With that we're done with all the games. We're gonna go out for a short little break. We'll be right back after this. Well, winner chicken dinner. Have it with your favorite smartphone around. That is the Oppo F21 Pro, who are not just the sponsors of this particular match, but the sponsors of the entire PUBG Mobile Pakistan region. And that is what we love about them. They've been helping us out. They've been making sure everything is handy and dandy. Surely they need to, you guys need to go out and check them out. But talking about the MVP, has to be Knock Knock from Regicide. 8 eliminations for this lad, and the way he's been playing, and finally getting to see Regicide somehow recovering a lot. I think they're gonna have a good night's sleep.
I think he's having the highest damage right now as an individual. More than 1200 damage he has been dishing out. I think he's having the highest damage. But talking about the top 5 players, yes, Knock Knock is the MVP, followed by Destroyer, the man who clutched it out with 5 elimination, and the damage he has been dishing out is 940. pretty high number, and Jaguar also coming in the third position with 6 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, Quraysh Esports also did leave a mark over here. This time, I mean, they've been going through such a tough time, and somehow they've managed to recover, get those important points for themselves, now look really strong, look really good. But if you take a look at the other teams, rather the match summary, and it's all going to be about Regicide and Quraysh. But TmW, I think, they have had a really decent day, to be honest, because the way they've been playing, somehow climbing up the ladder, they've been making their work in the right direction. And, Jaguar, you talk about Knock Knock, two of those performers really standing out, both from, Regicide and Quraysh respectively. As we take a look at the match rankings, 29 points for Regicide, and we know how the competition is cutthroat in that middle order. One game and it all goes flipping around. As Quraysh Esports, this 23 points is so very important for them as they're going to be heading into day number 3 with a fighting chance for that top 12.
Well, certainly they have a chance, but talking about the other teams who still have a chance, who had a good performance, were Quraysh Esports also. 7 elimination. They were making so much noise. They were trying to gatekeep so many players, but it was a third party they tried to do when they lost one of the players after they started crumbling down.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, for QWERTY, and even for the same goes for for Team I8 as well, right? The way they were fighting along QWERTY, they were getting into fights one after the other. I think it was first with MS Sky. They managed to deal with that threat, but later on, it was just too much. While they tried to get inside the circle, it was just Regicide watching them all along and not even letting them get in. And same went with I8. They had to meet their makers in the form of Regicide. As the damage graph, QWERTY does have some really high numbers out there, but it was Regicide's match. You're not taking anything away from them. They made those early rotations, dealt with TUF, had that circle right in their arms, right in their laps rather, from the very start, and respected it. Despite being in that lower ground, they still ensured somehow they make some good work. Same goes for Quantum Rage and R3D, the two of those teams that did sort of enter in from the northern side and did have some good positions towards the end of the match. But the overall rankings, I8 have already hit that 150th marker. Magnus Esports, TUF kind of feeling a little bit left behind because Magnus, of course, wasn't in the game, and TUF a little bit of a cocky push on towards the players of Regicide had to pay that price. But Quantum Rage now at that 4th spot, they're finally living it up to their names, and look at them. Those 44 position points says that they're looking out for those consistent runs. But Regicide, 10 position points jump shadow. I mean, this is insane.
Certainly, it is insane. Just in a single game, they have taken this jump. Imagine what can happen if you perform in multiple games, multiple back-to-back chicken dinners in your favor. If that is coming, maybe you can topple over I8 Esports also. But talking about the teams that have the chance of making a comeback are right now at the bottom. H2E sitting on the 20th spot with 28 points only. Metershot X Sky on 19th with 32 points. R3D sitting on the 18th with 33 points. Star 52 Esports 52. I'm still waiting for them to make a comeback. I'm very sure they are going to do so. But Faulty Devils, the team that started on a very good note on day number 1 with a chicken dinner for themselves, right now they are sitting on the 13th position. The minute their downfall started, they have not been able to get up from that.
Yeah, I mean, for TFT, right, it has always been a major concern because they were the ones who got that first chicken dinner, and suddenly we started assuming that they might be the team to watch out for, and suddenly it looks to go south. And it's just those single match heroics, because you would look out for consistency. It was just that first game in which they got that 6 eliminations, managed to get that chicken dinner, and the final game of Erangel, if I believe, they did manage to get 8 eliminations and still ended at the 4th position. But apart from that, nothing really much to remember, because today's first game, they got that 6th position with 4 finishes. That was just about it. But taking a look at Magnus Esports, this was a team that was absolutely berserk today throughout the games. Managing to get 2 back-to-back chicken dinners was not really lucky. In fact, in the game of Erangel, did fall down to I8, who somehow managed to be supreme. But the 2 players to remember from this squad, of course, have to be Faster and Finisher, the way they have been playing.
Certainly. In fact, Drolim also, I have to say, this is one of
Yeah,
the
of
guy
course.
who always watches out for the flank angles. He tries to get an opening for his teammate, for his team as well. The team that have been becoming the daily winners today. I8 Esports got a winner in chicken dinner, the very first match, that total match number 6 in Miramar in Sanhok. It was Team Magnus, and back-to-back two chicken dinners coming for Magnus in Miramar as well, with 14 and 13 eliminations. This team is definitely ranking elimination and placement points.
Oh, they certainly are. And I love it about them. The way they've been playing, everything about this particular squad is just so mesmerizing. In fact, both these teams, right, getting chicken dinners, in fact, two. But Regicide, much needed one, got that 5th position to themselves in the overall rankings, and they're going to be happy about it. They're going to be so proud that, yeah, finally they're making things work. They're not messing up, they can go over their ghosts and finally perform better as the days come. But we also do know the friction that's around those middle order tables. It's just that one game, right? One good game, and you're taking leaps of around 6-7 position points, right? Directly just taking a lot of places up above. But the top order is seeming to have been kind of dissecting themselves, kind of being the upper echelon, the creme de la creme. I8 at the top of it all, 150 points domination goes on. And when I was checking that out, it was some 77 eliminations. They've got more eliminations than their position points. Shows how aggressive this squad can be, but when necessary, they can also have positions.
Certainly, they can have the position points as well, but the team that needs the position points right now was the team BABLU. Yes, in one of the games, they did manage to get 10 placement points, but other than that, the team BABLU is still relying on the elimination points only, and that is definitely not working in their favor.
Oh yeah, it hasn't really been working out. In fact, it was not that good of a day for Team BABLU. The way they started off yesterday, if you remember, the first game, 13 finishes. That is something that they accrued for themselves. But ever since, it's been a steep decline, right? They were going out a lot cocky, but this time today, I think, if not in terms of finishes, but in terms of position, they managed to do fairly well. Get those 4 #4s, get those #5s. Not a lot of elimination points though, but that was all about Team BABLU, and in fact that was all about day as well, as we're gonna call it a night. And tomorrow is gonna be a break, so we're gonna see you all the action resuming day after. So don't forget to tune in. Till then, take care and have a good night.